I thank you for being so punctual. I hope you were able to rest. And now we're getting ready to begin this second day. Today we will be having a special session on prior consultation for the 70th session of the Commission on the Status of Women to be held in March 26. First of all, we're going to have an introductory message, a video by Marisa Chandler, who is the ambassador and permanent representative of Costa Rica to the UN and chair of the 70th session of the Commission on the Status of Women. So please let's listen to the video. Excellencies, dear friends, it is a pleasure to address you at the start of this regional space with a consolidated trajectory of cooperation, dialogue, and collective construct. Our region has shown a remarkable capacity to build bridges, to reach consensus, and sustain a level of ambition that is very high and must preserve. At the same time, we need concise outcomes, realistic, and that can be executed aligned with the priority theme of this year, that is to ensure and strengthen access to justice for all women and girls, promoting inclusive and equitable legal systems, to eliminate laws, policies, and discriminatory practices, and to address structural barriers. The aim has to do with one of the so-called central points of the revitalization of the CWU, that is the need to find significant outcomes, achievable and operational, as I've already explained. Access to justice is a protected right in national, regional, and international spheres. When this right is breached, the protection of the human rights is reduced. Sustainable development is undermined, and also the basic values of the rule of law. For women and girls, obstacles in terms of access to justice deepen existing inequalities, and the reduction of funds and attempts to dismantle legal progress limit the availability and the quality of justice services precisely when they're most needed.
Essential instruments for human rights, such as the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the International Compact of Civil and Political Rights, and the Convention on Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women. And in our region, the Convention of Belém do Pará must orient our task and be the bulwark to call for next uh, conclusion agreed by CSW 70. Dear friends, I insist that this regional space would allow us to move to our shared approaches so we arrive to the negotiation at the United Nations with clear consensus and an agreed language. It is essential that the agreements of the regional dialogue would find a consistent support in both our countries and in our delegations in New York, so that each country would keep its internal symphony that reinforces the region's capabilities to project a clear and consistent position at the global level. And united region articulated with its own voice not only amplifies its position, but also shows the leadership, political maturity, and a real commitment to the rights of women and girls. And at the same time, our action should reflect the full awareness of the challenges and sensitiveness of our region with the purpose of facilitating a frank, respectful, and effective dialogue. I look forward to receiving you in New York on the month of March and witness the evolution of a solid results for CSW 70. Thank you very much.
Gracias.
Thank you. Now we move the floor to the intervention of UN Women and ICLAC. They will make a presentation to start today's, and I'm giving the floor to Viviana Aido Almagro, UN Women Regional Director for the Americas. No, and the Ana Güemes, our darling Gamas, the Director of the ICLAC Gender Affairs Division. Ana, you have the floor. Thank you, President. Good morning to all delegation, dear colleagues of the United Nations system, dear friends from the civil society. Special greetings to the feminist and women organizations. We have prepared this input for this presiding officers board or bureau to feed the debate and to collect all the contribution from civil society, the experts, everyone that we are going to work today. And we will be working together with UN Women and the ICLAC on a version that we will make available for you on February as background or input for your discussion on the Commission on the Status of Women. We have named this document, which is a bit long, but to guarantee and strengthen access of justice for all women and girls in all their diversity through inclusive and equitable legal system, and the elimination of discriminatory laws, policies, and practices, and the removal of structural barriers. This is a condensation of all messages that we are proposing. And in this presentation, we will make with Viviana Aido and myself and Ana for your consideration. In the global and regional context, since for a long time ago, we are speaking after the COVID pandemics, we are referring to the multiple crisis, which is considered a crisis of the model and system of development we are living today. We acknowledge the importance of these of formal equity, but inequality continues to be a structural phenomenon. Every inequality and the structural gender inequality. The Secretary General talked yesterday how social panorama showed a reduction in poverty, but the persistence of extreme poverty and gender inequality with the indicator of poverty feminization, which has still the same in our region. So substantive equality continues to be an aspiration. As emerging trends, we have been clear the crisis of care and this demographic and epidemiological transformation we are going through. The topic of the accelerated advancement of digital technologies, digital transformation, climate change, and environmental degradation as an element that adds very strongly. And as we said today, we are just recently attended the COP in Brazil, and also the issue of the conservative backlash that puts in the center misogynistic and the questioning of the rights of women, racist, another type of discrimination, our persistent impunity. I think the due diligence in the persistence of discrimination and violence within a context of high impunity. And in turn, since everything that we were yesterday is a region that is called for the decade of action to accelerate achieving the society of care and substantive gender equality. It's a proposal not only based in the social arena, but also in the economic, environmental fields, and also the right to access of justice is essential for the exercise of every right. Today, more than ever, the defense of the rule of law, institutional framework for multilateralism are essential. The region has developed regional standards as Belém do Pará Escazú Agreement, the advancement in terms of the right of care, specialized institution protocol introducing the gender mainstreaming in judicial services, comprehensive care, articulation and the articulation with the information system and production. And yesterday, the committee expert of CEDAW, and this is a contribution that we hope will be taken as our position to the CSW, is that discrimination and violence as the extreme expression of the structural knots. There is a continuum between inequality, discrimination, and violence that feed and perpetuate itself. These are the four knots of inequality that region identified and are part of the consensus since the Montevideo Convention. Persistent socioeconomic inequality and poverty. We have some data here. 1 every 4 women do not have their own income in the region. This is an element for key for economic autonomy compared to 1 every 10 men. The unfair social organization of care. Women dedicate 3 times more than men to the unpaid work, and the patriarchal pattern, discrimination and violence in patriarchal patterns. And here we want to install the indicator of childhood, marriage, 1 every 15. The women have been married before 18 years, and power concentration and hierarchical relationships in the public arena. We wanted also to mention with you how the region is moving toward regulatory progresses, and there are some examples from the observatory and also the updated national report prepared for the Beijing Plus 30 review. This is a region where 8 countries already have laws that establish national system. But Viviana will discuss it yesterday that in this region not only has welcomed and internalized international human rights regulation, but also the ILO convention. So ratify ILO convention. Here we have an indicator. Only 15 countries comply with the convention, the ILO, the Convention on Protection, Convention 183, maternity leave for more than 14 weeks. In the matter of parenthood, progress are much more slower. Only 4 countries provide parental leave: Chile, Colombia, Uruguay, and we hope to see more progress in the next years. Only 24 countries have measured the time use. 18 countries have the SDGs care indicator, and 5 countries have prepared satellite account. There is some progress in the region in the idea of co-responsibility, discuss the framework of the right of care. And then as for violence, which is key for access to justice, all countries have some kind of regulation from the Caribbean, Latin America, and this presentation for the countries in the Caribbean that are listening, we already uploaded this presentation in English and in Spanish. So you will have access and this presentation at the same time that we are reading it. 14 countries have comprehensive laws that that propose defending against, protecting against violence. 20 countries have typified femicide. 11 countries have standards on information protection on violence, and 16 countries have prohibited childhood or infancy marriage or early marriage. These are general challenges, access to justice. On the one side, there is a limited institutions and insufficient resources, the persistence of gender stereotype and deficit in research and violence and feminicide, structural and intersectional barriers in the access to justice, issues in the implementation and follow-up of protection measures that sometimes are late and insufficient for protection in specific places. Every time that the presence of women is expanded, there is one violence emerging in the public space that shows this continuum of discrimination and violence. And now I give the floor to Viviana.
Ana, muy buena.
Thank you very much, Anna. Good morning, everyone. Anna was speaking about part of the progresses and the challenges in general terms. I would like to focus on some areas that are particularly relevant for access to justice in the region. We speak about sexual and reproductive rights, access to justice, protection of environmental defendants, specific challenges faced by indigenous women and Afro-descendants, the barrier for disabled women, violence and discrimination due to gender identity and sexual orientation, particularly difficulties women live in the context of human mobility. These are some of the spheres where we have historical inequalities, structural problems, and institutional barriers, and where a regional cooperation is decisive to guarantee rights. On reproductive and sexual rights, we see that access to justice in this sphere is core for substantive equality, and we have severe barriers like abortion, penalization, forced maternity, sexual violence that affect women and girls in vulnerable situations, the lack of protocols, specialized defense services, and confidential assistance limits, reporting and reparation. There's lack of all of that. But we also see key jurisprudence, for instance, the 055 2022 that points out abortion as a fundamental right, or Mexico, unconstitutionality of criminalization in the federal penal code. And the Committee on the Rights of the Child and Human Rights have been strengthening these standards. If we continue in the field of organized criminality, we see that the advance in our region poses deep challenges for access to justice. We speak about structures that generate extreme violence and that in some cases severely affect judicial independence. For women and girls, the risks are even higher. There's threat, absent reprisals, and the absence of effective protocols. And justice systems that do not have the capacities nor the resources to act as quickly as it is needed and the strength needed. And also, punitive responses alone fail to address structural causes and do not solve the problem. On the contrary, they are increasing women imprisonment while coercion and exploitation are overlooked due to the lack of a gender perspective. This lack of a gender perspective strengthens inequalities and produces injustices. This is why we insist that we need comprehensive answers, not only from a criminal point of view, but that protect survivors, communities, defendants of human rights, and that deal with the structural causes of the phenomenon, including prevention, protection, and alternatives to imprisonment. Regarding transitional justice processes, this is an area where Latin America and the Caribbean have a particularly valuable experience. Sexual violence with gender perspective. This has to be taken into account. This has been subsumed, invisibilized, like torture, but this approach has been changing thanks to the struggle of feminist movements and the human rights movements. Today we see important progress. In Argentina, almost 20% of the sentences include sexual crimes. The JEP in Colombia included sexual and reproductive violence in its judicial mandate, and we had the macro case 11 where over 2,000 deeds are being investigated. Manta and Vilta, all this have marked very important points, and in Chile also sexual crimes committed during the dictatorship are being investigated, and we have unfairness in the inequalities in access to criminal justice. We lack protection, repair. Now, environmental women defenders, protection of environment women defenders. Here we have stigmatization, criminalization, digital attacks, and despite the seriousness of these deeds, justice goes very slowly. The prosecutor's office needs to work more. We do not have official registries allowing us to really know the dimension of violence against those that protect or defend our environment. We have a right to defend the environment that is essential today when climate crisis is affecting our region and in a disproportionate way affecting women and girls in rural areas. We have the consultative opinion 3225 of the IACHR Code establishes standards for climate justice, continuous training, intercultural approach, adequate resources, access to scientific knowledge, and ecologic restoration. And of course, the Escazú Agreement with 18 party states that guarantee the three rights of access to environmental information, public participation in environmental decision-making, and access to justice in environmental matters. It also is pioneer in asking for the specific protection of defenders, ensuring a safe and threat-free environment. The challenge is to close the gap regarding these standards and ensure that those that defend the environment are in a position to exert their work with full guarantee of their right. Defending life shouldn't be worth their own lives. If we go to access to justice for indigenous and Afro-descendant women, they face multiple barriers: geographical, linguistic, economic, cultural, of all sorts, and institutional also, due to stereotypes and due to discriminatory practices. In many rural areas, the lack of state services make it difficult to complain and to bring to court these cases. Here we have linguistic barriers, procedural errors. Also, we're worried about the overrepresentation of these women in prisons. To guarantee access to justice needs interpreters, especially defendants' offices and a real relationship between their own justice systems and those of the state as a strategy. And we recognize the problems between women's and feminist organization and the anthropological cultural expert testimony that have been key to visualize and to lead to transformative rulings. In the case of women with disabilities, to guarantee access to justice for them, it begins by fully recognizing their legal capacity, assuring fairness in all parts of the process, and eliminate practices that exclude them even today. Although many countries have made progress in their legislation, barriers continue to be very deep: economic dependence and physical lack of access, absence of adequate support, institutional stereotypes, and a legal justice that does not incorporate yet the perspective of disability. The low presence of persons with disability in judicial services reinforces bias and exclusion. And it is key to remember that to guarantee full access, it's not a technical thing nor an option. It is a must of human rights, indispensable for women with disabilities to be able to participate in an autonomous, safe, and effective way in justice. There are some progresses like the Caribbean Court of Justice, which developed a guide for justice operators, highlighting the need for physical communication and attitudinal accessibility at all stages of the process. With regard of access to justice for LGBTI plus persons, they have significant barriers in the access to their rights, in particular in access to justice in all the stages of the legal process. Prejudices, biases, lack of recognition of identity, and special ways of violence. So to guarantee an effective justice requires to make progress in the field of the operators. We need to be able to sanction violence against LGBTI plus persons and to act against hatred crimes. Some countries have typified this, but it is still weak because of a lack of, because prejudices persist. The challenge is to assure the sexual orientation or gender expression of a person should never be a reason for risk, nor an obstacle for the legal system to believe them and protect them. As to human mobility context, we see that migrating women live many programs. They have precarious jobs, violence in trafficking of persons, and difficulty to have access to good resources, to question unfair measures. Many women are trying to get free access to justice, but these are very small steps. The access in human mobility requires comprehensive and gender-sensitive answers, and including gender perspective and intersectionality in legal decisions. With this panorama, I would like to give the floor back to Anna Westmith, who will speak about the Tlatelolco commitments and their relevance to reinforce the access to justice in Latin America and the Caribbean. Yes, as we have mentioned, part of what we consider is important to do, you are doing it internationally, and one of the important things is the Tlatelolco commitment. This slide was presented yesterday by our chairperson, and here we have the important agreement, the discussion we need that we have in the region and that we want to have it globally also is how to guarantee the achievements, how to maintain them, how to avoid moving backwards, and how to move towards advancement without discrimination in access to justice. So what does the Tlatelolco commitment add in synergy to the gender agenda or as part of the regional gender agenda as a whole? First, effectively, it places at the core the dimensions that we have worked on: physical autonomy, economic autonomy, decision-making autonomy, in all their comprehensiveness, but with a special emphasis in putting an end to violence and discrimination, concretely in paragraph 14, related with the development of laws and comprehensive regulations with an intersectional approach. This stresses the idea of relating misogynism with xenophobia, for instance. This has to be taken into account together. Nauseous practices like genital mutilation in women, forced sterilization, things that happen in the region. And there's a special paragraph, paragraph 15, which speaks about equal access to justice. There we have the elimination of legal and institutional barriers, specialized, independent, and timely assistance, and comprehensive reparation and actions to end impunity. Putting an end to impunity is part of the substantive discussions that you ministers and authorities have held throughout the years in this agenda. An important contribution for Latin America and the Caribbean is a right to care. We all believe this has to be a systematic contribution that the region brings to light globally. And this is an obligation of the state. We have the Bi-Regional Pact for Care with Europe. But the idea is that even though it might not be recognized in national regulations, anyway, this is part of human rights, and this generates obligations for the state. So the responsibility of the state to turn care into a public good is very important. Tlatelolco commitment recognizes the importance of the International Court of Human Rights. We stress those who perform care work, paid or unpaid.
Another commitment, another contribution of the Tlatelolco commitment is is the protection for women and human rights defenders with measures with a gender intersectional and intercultural approach. The prevention of discrimination and violence against women defenders, and definitely access to justice and measures to investigate with due diligence violations to human rights. By another subject, and this we discussed it with Ambassador Fellow, with the chair, and you discussed it as well, how to guarantee that this agenda that is forward-looking, progressive, to be integral, comprehensive, and what's most difficult as to preparation of declarations or of agreements is how to recognize that all of this needs to go and generate enabling environments free of impunity, free of violence, where all women, girls, and adolescents in their diversity, where society as a whole can progress in this state of rights. But another important thing is the recognition of women's and feminist organizations, the importance of protecting This fabric, organization fabric, and Tlatelolco commitment also advances in that for full and effective participation of civil society in public policies. So now I go back to Viviana for closing. And finally, based on this regional diagnosis, there are a series of key recommendations to accelerate access to justice in Latin America and the Caribbean. These are recommendations that seek to transform state architecture, guarantee that no woman or girl be out of a protection system. Normative strengthening, that is number one. Update all the laws and procedural frameworks to classify all forms of violence, guarantee comprehensive reparation, ensure proportionality in sentencing, and incorporate sexual orientation and gender identity. Number two is to promote mandatory training, implement continuous training on sexual and reproductive rights, care, organized crime, cultural diversity, and migration management. Number three, to strengthen a specialized institutional framework, expand comprehensive services, strengthen protection in territories affected by organized crime, create specialized prosecutor offices, and ensure gender responsive investigations, intersectional. In financing and cooperation, it's key to have sufficient budget, interinstitutional strengthening and international cooperation, improve judicial coordination, and promote joint protection mechanisms. And number five, and lastly, information and accountability, develop interoperable systems, accessible and secure reporting systems, assessing due diligence compliance of mechanisms to monitor and measure due diligence. All these are concrete responses for normative progress and institutional mechanisms be real, actual transformations for the life of women and girls. Thank you.
Agradecemos la presentación.
We thank the presentation of Ana and Viviana. Indeed, diagnosis reaffirms the fact that we need to have an urgent search of mechanisms to have all these agreements come into being. And we will repeat what we said yesterday, how these synergies enable those indicators to improve and not to move backwards. I like the idea that after this presentation of the first panel, we'll now hear how public policies include these initiatives and at the same time present alternatives to those countries and organizations that are demanding more action. We will now introduce panel number one, that is ensuring and strengthening access to justice for women and girls, including promoting inclusive and equitable legal systems. Now we give the floor to Ambassador Jennifer Feller from the Secretariat of Foreign Affairs of Mexico. She will be moderating, chairing this panel. And also Antonio Orellana, welcome, Minister of Women and Gender Equity in Chile. And also Belén do Pará, Chair. Julissa Mantilla Falcón, Luz Patricia Mejia from Belén do Pará Convention, and Julissa Mantilla Falcón, and Paula Yanez, General Coordinator of the Network of the Afro-Latin American, Afro-Caribbean and Diaspora Women, RMAAD. We'll hear first this panel, and then it will be open for comments from delegations and virtual attendants. We warmly welcome our online attendees. So, Ambassador Jennifer Feller. Thank you. Good morning. I'm Jennifer Feller, Director General of Human Rights and Democracy in Mexico. I'm very pleased to be moderating this space and also very pleased to have heard the presentation of Vivian Maido and Ana Westmes that really provided the context, the overview, and for the 70th session of the Commission, and the idea is to guarantee access to justice for all women and girls, among others, promoting legal, inclusive, equitable systems, eliminating discriminatory laws. In multilateralism, we never have short titles. But yes, we see the overview and the importance that as to challenges and crises of multilateralism. What's important is that we do everything possible so that as a region we may arrive this CCW meeting with several of the factors that have been mentioned. So the purpose of this panel is to exchange experiences and perspectives, allowing to identify good normative practices, institutional ones designed to strengthen the rule of law, gender equality, and guaranteeing of human rights of women in all their diversity. The results of this panel will contribute for the preparatory document for the CCW 70. And as our chair said, we have 4 distinguished panel members. I will give the floor to them for 7 minutes and then hear the delegations and other attendants. And also civil society. For civil society and participants, it will be a 2-minute participation. And now I give the floor to Minister of Women and Gender Equity of Chile, Antonia Orellana. Go ahead. Good morning. Thank you, Ambassador. As always, it's a pleasure to welcome my colleagues and representatives of mechanisms for advancement of women in our country. Of course, here in ECLAC, but also welcome to Santiago and the members of the delegations of civil society and Chilean civil society. I thank the invitation to participate in this panel. It's a key space to advance, just like in previous years, towards a regional common position vis-a-vis CCW, and to go deep in that which has been established in the National Gender Agenda and reinforced by the Tlatelolco commitment, where it enshrines the right to care. And I would like to greet also the recent vote in the UN that shows how we are moving forward from regional to global positions. So our transformations are meaningful if there is a dialogue with the region, with the territorial diversity of our countries, and contribute to establish a common standard. The common standard that becomes practice, not only words, but rather action in the everyday of women, and reinforces the fact that multilateral work, as Victor Jara says, has sense and meaning. It is translated into concrete improvement in the everyday life of women. Our progress in Resolution 1325 of the Security Council, our 3rd National Action Plan, has strengthened a national agenda articulating peace, security, and human rights with gender approach, and with full participation of women in decision-making, prevention of violence in all of its forms, and guaranteeing access to justice, understanding that peace and security in Chile requires institutions. For that, I highlight the work that with the diplomatic corps there have been processes to develop in the Commission peace and understanding regarding the conflicts of the Chilean state and the Mapuche people. And with the support of UN Women, we've sought to ensure the participation of women in the dialogues. So we need to continue doing it for implementing the agreements that were signed. A second landmark is the enactment of Law 21,775, entered by President Bachelet in her second mandate, 7 years of legislative dialogue. Today, it is in the process of being implemented with more than 17,000 control and protection measures in a year and a half, many complaints under the new criminal actions, and dysfunction of gyneco-obstetric violence. Also, there is a challenge to recognize vicarious violence. The law recognizes boys and girls as victims and not only as witnesses. This is joint work with the Supreme Court. Also establishes clear obligations of due diligence for the state and creates the integrated information system on gender violence. And of course, the learning of the unique file developed by UN Women and the Ministry of Women of Argentina, and what Spain has carried out on the biogene, and early warnings and use of technology. In labor matters, we want to highlight Karin law, that it's about sexual harassment in accordance with 190 of ILO. And there, I want to say that different from the sexual harassment law of 2005, in this one, in the Karin law, it is not expressly excluded. I mean, those of the armed forces, they are included now, and we have developed adaptational mechanisms for violence to be interpreted. We have advanced in democratization of spaces for decision. Taking as an example, Law 21,326, where Director of Public Companies and the membership of women in the boards, this minimum quotas for that in order to have accountability mechanisms. You need 500, the training of 500 board members to comply with this law in the next 5 years. And also personal and family labor life that will regulate in work, reconciling, and both spaces with a sense of co-responsibility, including men, and giving preference to fathers or main caregivers of those under 12 in order to use the legal holidays for that during the holidays of the school system.
And so the law for child maintenance has been implemented, increasing 1 of every 4 debtors being up to date, and leveling a historical debt in the country in this sense, especially with women in Chile, transforming justice into a family for the protection of their rights. These reforms aim to the one same thing, removing discrimination and prevailing the principle of equality, ensuring that justice is a real right and not just a formality. As we have said, access to justice is a fundamental human right, and for this we have moved ahead in updating the critical route for addressing violence against women through the reformulation of our program offer and its modernization. And here I cannot insist sufficiently on continuously investing in management and information systems of the way that we address violence against women. If the entire state moves towards interoperability, if not, we will continue to lag behind. So telephone line specialized telephone services for gender violence, 27 throughout the country, having started out just a few years ago with 3, and strengthening of a legal system that is very robust, extended now towards public health through the guarantee healthy explicit health services, and it has to do with acute sexual uh, conditions, including men and young boys. All of these deployments are within a national plan for a life free of gender violence, with many different strategic lines and promotion of response, access to justice. In Chile, we understand that the law is not sufficient. What we need is the implementation with intersectionality and interculturality. As we have said, we must insist that there are still structural barriers having to do with ethnic and racial background, rurality, migration, and others. And so we've included these dimensions to all our policy. The national policy to remove gender violence that includes a territorial approach and makes visible the invisibility of women. The prevention programs that today include women, indigenous and migrant women organizations, and doing away with the age limit of 29 years as there was before. The new architecture for the National Women's Service that seeks to remove administrative barriers to access, and the new formulation, judicial and administrative. Yesterday, we were in the graduation of another 100 officers for the family care in the police service and campaigns. We've sought to innovate them and also using new spaces for digital socialization. Many of the communities, the most stigmatized, access information not using official means but influencers. We must also bring them closer to the official information to avoid misinformation and new access barriers. We've done this, for example, with the dissemination of our campaign, One Law in Everyone's Name, for Haitian women, including them based on professional references from their same community. We understand that public policies must recognize the different trajectories and the aspects that can affect the life of a woman. Latin America has built a regional agenda for gender, unique in the world. Our laws and institutions and networks, feminist networks, institutional, community, official or not, have been able to transform international standards into mechanisms for real protection for which we cannot renounce, remembering that these have transformed the life of women in the continent. And so for that, it is sufficient to go to the memory of these different generations. And so we still have challenges linked to justice systems that are saturated, especially those ascending family jurisdictions. There is a systemic misfinancing and seeing the persistence of stereotypes and lack of sustainable resources, new forms of violence, especially digital, but also the threat of organized crime, transnational crime, that would like us to think of new ways of applying 1325. And so as a region, we must move ahead with a roadmap that is joint and that strengthens our voice in the CCW 70, and remembering that it may be less strident, but there are more countries that trust the international law and multilateral work. And so puts at the heart the legislative modernization with a human rights approach, doing away with discriminatory standards and courts of justice, engagement of women at all levels, and the protection of human rights defenders, the protection of threatened population by organized crime, and the care society as a civilizing horizon. Chile reaffirms its commitment to this agenda and seeks to contribute with good practices, learning, and also the challenges that we face. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much, Minister Orellana, for presenting what has been done in recent years in Chile for the purposes of promoting and ensuring the rights of women and men, and also making the social cultural change and the connection between our international commitments and what is driven forth in terms of the public law. with Mexico, it is always a pleasure to collaborate with Chile in this. The next panelist, Luz Patricia Mejia, who is the Technical Secretariat of the Follow-up Mechanism in the Belém do Pará Convention, Mississippi, will be with us online. Go ahead, Patricia, and please keep to the 7 minutes. Thank you.
No se escucha.
We cannot hear you. Maybe your microphone is on mute.
Sigue sin escucharse.
We're still unable to hear you.
Parece que hay problemas técnicos.
It seems there are technical issues with your microphone. So let's move on to the next panelist while the matter of the audio is resolved. So we'd like to ask Julissa Mantilla to please take the floor. Very well. Good morning, everyone, and greetings, and my gratitude to the organizers for the invitation. A cordial greetings to representatives of the civil society and the various delegations. And also, I would like to thank Viviana Ido as well as Ms. Guesmith for the prior introduction, because this allows us to have a starting point and not repeat many things. I would like to begin, after hearing the concrete recommendations, speak to you of something that I've been working on for quite some time, and that is how, in this context that we're seeing in Latin America and the Caribbean, worldwide as well, these setbacks, we can identify what I call the common enemies. That is, these arguments, apparently quite logical and rational, but that camouflage a position against the rights of women and access to justice. First, and this is something that has been said publicly by the states, and that is why I think it is so grave. This falsity recently repeated, and that claims of gender violence and sexual life destroys the life of men. And this is what is behind these initiatives in Peru and Chile to do down with these claims. Statistically, false claims are no more than 1%, and in the criminal codes they're already the crime of these types of claim. And the cost of filing a claim and reaching the end of the process, and this is a fallacy. And so in this sense, I think that we need to recall the authors. Nina Rowley, a criminalist that analyzes the reason why women do not file a claim, and among other things is the pretension of the victim and the criminal code. The victim don't always want the husband to go to jail, but what they want is for them to stop beating them. And so this has to do with women that withdraw the claim when reality shows that being harassed or convicted for sexual violence does not prevent these perpetrators from reaching the classrooms, the courts, or even the presidency of the republic. And the second common enemy is that when the intent is to reject femicide as an independent crime or as an aggravation, this, as was said in Davos, that this implied that the life of women is worth more because there are more men who die on account of violent death. Although statistically this is true, the death of men due to violence occur in public spaces and due to criminality, theft, attacks, murders. But in the case of women, the great majority has to do with their partners or former partners. So there are more male deaths, but the typification or characterization of femicide is important. This brings us to another topic recently analyzing in Peru, and that is women with disability. What happens with women who are the victims of attempts? And a third common enemy is the drop in birth rate with serious consequences regarding the development of society and families. And this has been attributed to the legalization of abortion and women's access to public arena. And so it is the end of the traditional family, when it is true that the family cannot be maintained with an unpaid work carried out by women. And so the voice is being promoted is that women are ignoring their families. And speaking of social media, I'm sure that you've all seen this movement of the flat wife, traditional women who allow speaking of a family as a bucolic, permanent happiness, but that is not true. To this, you must add an attack that I think is very grave, the attack of multilateralism, especially the components of the Inter-American Human Rights System and the UN, basically UN Women and the Office of the High Commissioner, where the states are strengthening the ideas of absolute sovereignty with which the sentences of the court with have an inference. But this is false. And when this is being repeated, they are creating ideas of nation, homeland. And it's not that I have something against that, but I do believe it is grave when this is used to make natural the violation of human rights. And so to not exceed the time. When we speak of access to justice for women, this cannot be limited to producing regulatory frameworks nor achieving only that women go to courts or go to the office of the prosecution. I like to clarify, aside from carrying out the underlying regulations, we need to review the procedural regulations because this includes investigation and appreciation of the proof and testimony. And second, you need to reevaluate the physical space of these judicial and prosecution spaces. If the women continue to care for the children, who are they going to leave them with when they go to court? And in Colombia, they allow the woman to arrive and someone to care for the children in that time is essential. And third, models for joint and coordinated care when in a single physical space it is possible to set up dressing, physical, medical care, social support, and others. Fourth, change the training model for judicial officers. It's not just a matter of conveying knowledge, but of training capacities. I'm sure I've been for years working on this in Peru, training judges and prosecutors, and everyone knows what Belinda Pará is. That's not the problem. That's simple. The difficult thing is how to change the patriarchal structures as such. And fifth, review these notions of international law and human rights and the control of conventionality, definition of forced disappearances that have always been seen as something separate from the situation of women, when really they are tools for their rights. Disappearances and the role of women and mothers. And so impunity, as was said by Ms. Aido, the issue of Manta case in Peru, this is a case where they convicted military perpetrators. But what is happening now with the approval of the amnesty law and the law that were for the prescription of crimes against humanity, they're seeking ways to be freed from that conviction. That is the control of conventionality with a gender approach. And two final points then. The use of precautionary measures and provisional of Inter-American Court and the Commission must be used for example, attempted feminicide. These are always due to forced disappearance or executions.
Utilizarlas también para
We must use them for legislation. And finally, in the case of organized crime and corruption, extreme security policies using emergency situation as criminal policy, not only a negative in general, but they are making invisible the situation of women. In the case of Salvador, mostly there are men. They are detective of Colombian mother whose children have been detained and they are looking for justice. And the situation of sexual workers, they are suffering much than before the menace of extortion and organized crime. But then, in this sense, the idea is to incorporate a feminist vision to access of justice and the defense of human rights that would allow also to reassess something that we are not looking for, that democracy indicators in LAC and in general in the world can not only be defined by electoral processes, but also with participation and the protection of the rights of women and children, girls and women. Thank you very much for your great intervention. We were speaking with Nana yesterday, and Minister Orellana also mentioned it today. that the topic of information, we should not let that narrative that are contrary to the protection of human rights will win the battle for us. How to articulate the messages, the question, the issue of all this stereotype that at the end of the day are being created in around protecting the right of access to justice by women. And we need to coordinate our efforts from civil rights media and the private sector. Julissa, and now back with Luz Patricia. Luz Patricia, do you solve your sound problem?
¿Me escuchan?
Do you listen to me? Yes, thank you very much. Go ahead, Luz Patricia, you have 7 minutes. Thank you very much. First of all, thank you for inviting me to speak before this panel and the presentation made by Anna and Bibiana. I think they provide a very significant space to understand where we are. I'm going to present you this is a rapid summary of the fourth hemispheric report on the implementation dedicated to women victims of violence and the right to truth and access to truth and reparation. This report has been prepared with the participation of 12 member states. Finally, 17 participated from Latin America and Caribbean. The Caribbean is working, updating Articles 7 and 8 of the Convention of Belém do Pará. We analyzed the progress and the transformation of a state structure for implementing this normative framework, the assignation, the allocation of human resources and funding for implementing the operation, the establishment of data collection system and access to service. All of this as part of the need to analyze access to justice, truth, and reparation. We analyzed more than 300 indicators, more of them dedicated to access to justice. If you see here, we're going to see the capacity of response of states on these indicators, more than 300 more are indicators related to justice. We have an excellent reception on the capacity of responding. Some states have less capacity to respond, particularly in the as regard the participation of trustworthy information of the integrated data from the judicial power, information, publicity, and access of information to know how long it takes for women from the time they file a complaint up to the final ruling. The average time in protection measure is implemented, the number of times that women receive assistance, and how Julissa said the process, how are they numbered to, so the legal remedy is really efficient and effective. This morning we said that we have made progress. This is a region that has a lot of progress made in terms of violence. All the legislation defining gender-based violence against women is very high in all types: psychological, sexual, patrimonial, economic, political violence, non-consented insemination, forced sterilization. You see, we do not have too much time. These are all ways of recognizing that there is a differentiated violence against women and has a real impact on the livelihood of women. When we think what type of women and diversity of women, we realize that this region has been able to provide an answer to this. At the left, you have 17 categories of women and 70 norms that regulation that considered a differentiated impact of violence against women, Afro-descendant, elderly women, gender identity, sexual orientation, adult elderly women. There is a recognition that there is a differentiated impact in terms of femicide. More than 17 norms recognize, typified, and aggravate femicide, and also there is a recognition of the phenomena. In the reform, we try with indicators to recognize how this enormous juridical regulation answers to certain types of women, and we have a very important, even though many countries have decided there is still significant challenge for women's safety of over 2 million cases reported by women suffering some type of physical, psychological, sexual violence. Only 80,000 of those women were provided service through justice or social and support to violence of victim services. This is important because this has been informed by a state. When we act about the noticeable practices of women, there is a persistence of these noticeable practices, even though there is some legislative progress. There is a lack of effective supervision regarding child or early marriages or forced pregnancies. Continues to be a gap that we need to fill. Childhood pregnancy, it's a reality according to information contributed by women. Over 226,000 girls are become pregnant. So it's equivalent to 620 girls every day. So there's one girl becomes pregnant every 2 minutes in America, in Latin America. On average, more than 25,000 girls per year are forced into child marriages. We do not have the full information because it's not recorded, but we know that this is a serious situation. Over 70 girls are married every day, and child marriages. When analyzed, access to justice, truth, and reparation, principles of the Convention de Pará have been incorporated, but we have a serious lacks in representation, legal advice, specialized services, and territorial protection and protection for measures and territorial services. Just to refresh a figure from Peru, when we shared it with Julissa, she told us that 500,000 protection measures have been ruled, but only 33 police officers are available in the whole the country. So 33,000 police officers must ensure this. Over 500,000 legislative orders. So it's impossible. So when we see the number of women that did have real access, free legal assistance is only 22 in some country, Mexico 6.1, Paraguay, know that 0.64, and Peru 107. Finally, in the budget allocation, only $2.2 per women have been allocated in these countries for national mechanisms. And if we aggregate how much was assigned to justice, truth, and reparation, less than $1 per day, according to public policies that we have from state on their budget. So it's a very, very small investment from the kind of state. So the recognition of regulation, the recognition of this convention are still need much more to advance, and the budgets are essential in this process. Thank you very much for listening, and for my colleagues that preceded me. Thank you very much to ICLAC and UN Women for providing this space. Thank you very much, Luz Patricia, for this presentation, and also again to highlight the importance, through Julissa, the control of conventionality, but also the importance of using this convention, our regional human rights mechanism. The Convention of Belém do Pará is most at the forefront of these topics, with the importance of establish this link among compliance with our international obligation, but also the use of statistics available, but with human rights agencies. And now I'm giving the floor to Paola Llanes. She's the General Coordinator of the Network of Afro-Latin, Afro-Caribbean and Diaspora Women. Paola, you have your 7 minutes. Thank you very much. Thank you to Bibiana Anna thank you for the presentation of your documents. And good morning to all of you. I am part of historical movement that is commitment to reinforcing democracy and the full enforcement of the rule of law from an anti-colonial, intercultural, intersectional perspective. I speak with the force that bring him from Brasilia with almost 300,000 women, Black women from the world. We march. We were claiming we were a territorial movement. The test that the movement is anti-racist and racist and feminist. The core of the panel is how to overcome barriers with the system of justice in terms of normative framework. We recognize what we have conquered with the organization memory of our people. They are not concessions. These are the fruit of fights and historical fight, passing by the fight in Bolivia and Ecuador and Law 70 in Colombia that returned to the category of territorial rights up to the declaration of multi-ethnicity state in Costa Rica, the recognition of tribal peoples in Chile, and the recognition of Afro-American people in Mexico. Also, we appreciate the international tools that have been the Convention of Belém de Pará and the recent recommendation, the general recommendation number 5, that names specific gender violence against Afro-descendant women. We look forward to receiving this type of recommendation from the UN system. The Convention of the ILO and the framework for Afro-descendant women, specific women, that the gender regional agenda is where most of the progress have been made in recognizing the rights of, and this is a milestone on how the pressure of Afro-American women generate changes. There is no written law. There's a huge distance between what is on paper and our reality. There's the art convention that protect, constitution that name us, but in practice, right is alien. We consider from an alien logic. We need an act of restitution to return to rights and law, the capacity to return the ancestral demand for historical reparation is a pending issue. In Latin America and the Caribbean, aside from the Barrett, there are a deep criminalization of abortion, even in case of rape, that the system of laws, the lack of definition of that reduces the seriousness of sexual aggression and historic impunity in the context of armed conflict, configurate a justice that is not given to millions of women and girls.
60% of victims of sexual violence in areas controlled by armed groups are women and girls, and the regional response is not enough to give justice and protection. We have to strengthen the judiciary systems, and the racial factor has to be taken into account as a core factor in gender violence. When we analyze the structural parts that are an obstacle for justice to Afro-descendants, structural racism, multidimensional poverty, lack of access for disabled persons, operate synergistically. A poor woman doesn't face 3 obstacles, but a single system of exclusion so that her voice will never reach a court. And we have growing digital violence and the criminalization of social protest. And then there's more mistrust on institutions. How do we guarantee justice where we are treated as criminals because of the color of our skin? We face Black genocide, mothers that lose their children because of police brutality. And these persons are very far from access to justice. And this leads us to an overrepresentation of Afro-descendant women in the prisons. The policies applied from racist stereotypes and there are policies that are against Black people. We identify critical problems in justice systems, a scarcity of intercultural interpreters, lack of specialized training, the re-victimization during legal processes, prejudices, insufficient financing. Even when international cooperation has suffered these problems, we observe that there are regressive measures. Recently, in the framework of the second March that I mentioned at the beginning of my intervention, we got together to dialogue about this process in a collective way, and concrete recommendations were produced that can strengthen justice systems. Special Prosecutor's Office specialized in gender violence and racial violence, and then a link between state justice and the justice of the peoples. Our organizations have to co-design judicial systems, and we need specialized legal accompaniment from an intercultural perspective. We need racial observatory for racial justice, and we need the compliance of with reparation measures. Also, states have to prioritize the dismantling of those structures that do not help us. We have to combat hatred discourses, and we have to be able to work safely. For the results of this panel to be good for CSW 70, we believe a special chapter on gender and racial violence should be included. Also, the definition of regional indicators, binding ones, that work on Afro-descendant rural women's rights to justice, and also have an intercultural implementation of sanctions. This kind of violence is a core axis, a cross-cutting axis. If our states cannot produce justice, what can they produce then? A state of law needs to recognize the structural problems. We need a justice that not only punishes crime, but also guarantees reparation and non-repetition. We need a substantive gender equality policies. Otherwise, projects will be incomplete. To ensure gender justice, this has to be with racial justice, hand in hand.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much, Paola, and thank you for reminding us the importance of this justice when there are efforts to restrict the participation of the civil society in some fora, but we need to give visibility to this intersectional discriminations that continue to be an enormous challenge in the region and in the world. Now I thank all our panelists for their interventions, and now I will offer the floor to the delegations of states that would like to express comments, and also to representatives of the civil society. Colombia, please.
Colombia.
Colombia. Well, we cannot hear the microphone for the time being. Costa Rica online as well?
Adelante, Costa Rica.
Yes, Costa Rica. Thank you. Good morning, authorities and delegations. In the first place, I want to begin by thanking Maritza Chan Valverde, who has presented the value of the regional consensus and the importance of keeping the language agreed and maintaining coherence in the work we will bring to CSW. We need the voice of Latin America and the Caribbean regarding women's rights. As to justice access, one of the main points regarding the Tlatelolco commitment, one important point is that there are more complaints now. And this goes hand in hand with the request for protection measures. This shows social advancement, but this is also something that challenges us. The revictimization, those that are set free. So it is fundamental to make progress in the updating of comprehensive policies against violence, ensuring that we have a gender perspective that is real and effective in Costa Rica. This has been one of our main challenges and priorities, institutional structures to guarantee that the state is aligned with women's demands and international policies. But we know that we need to improve the regulations. The recent approval of the law against vicarious violence, which is one of the worst types of aggression against women. We need to empower women doing legal processes and guarantee their true and complete protection. We need legal operators well sensitized, but we also have to observe the technical persons that receive the complaints, because there we have identified gender stereotypes. And in that first line is where you can guarantee or not access to justice. These persons are the first line that receive the complaints. We need fairness. Only so justice will lead to social transformation, as the Tlatelolco agenda states. And we are committed with concrete actions, the strengthening of judges regarding gender and human rights in line with regional agreements, and the application of the 9/11, where you report emergencies. This should be used by boys and girls that sometimes witness the violence that their mothers suffer. This is something that also helps women. There's an app to do that that facilitates reporting of emergency, and this accelerates justice for those in need of it. And in Costa Rica, we have a national policy and a structural policy. We not only have women leaders, but men. We have little villages where they organize themselves to prevent. And we've been prioritizing the adolescent population, because we also have a generational problem and we cannot lose the perspective. All this along the lines of the Tlatelolco agenda. Also improve laws to have an effective and cross-cutting justice system, the law on vicarious aggression. But the big challenge is those that receive the complaints. When someone says, you don't have a bruise, so I won't take your complaint, we have to work, because here we have many stereotypes, as we discussed yesterday. So we want to contribute to a more equitative agenda. And thinking about CSW, I think it's worthwhile to incorporate what the minister from Chile, Minister Orellana. we have an evolution, and we have to include the influencers. Costa Rica has a guide, Report to Prevent. This is for mass media, and it has worked. It has produced good results, and we've been working with all the mass media and also social networks. And community networks have to be strengthened for early detection, for prevention, and for response to violence, where we have local government, where we have the community leaders, men and women, public institutions, and the civil society. These teams of response in the different communities are very important, and we should take advantage of technology and artificial intelligence as an alternative. We have this app 911 and an app with AI, and we try to have interoperability, to have warnings, to have a recording, registries of incidents, also to report through pictures, through images, and also to prevent persons from being released from justice. And there should be a public-private alliance. We cannot leave the private world out of this struggle against violence in every sphere. And yes, we have to take care of indigenous populations, to mention some. We have to strengthen the protection of children and families and abuse of the elderly. I will conclude by saying that access to justice is not only a right, but the advancement of a democratic and peaceful society. Access to justice has to be the key that opens every door to the women of our region, and we need to support them in their life projects. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Costa Rica, and the best wishes for the chair of the 70th CCW. Colombia, please go ahead. Good morning, everyone, again. Greetings from President Gustavo Petro. It's a pleasure to be present in this second day of the presiding officers meeting. Thank you for the presentation and planning of the next session of legal status of women in CCW. From Colombian State, we give great relevance to this space for gender equality and rights of women, and we express all of our interest to participate in its 70th session in March 2026. In our region, we share a deep conviction that violence against women are not isolated. They are expressed like its ethnic, racial plurality, gender, and other forms of intersectional oppression. And when violence is structural, then transformations of the state should be in order to address it. And thus, the government of Gustavo Petro, through the Ministry of Equality and Equity, has worked in a proposal of a bill that seeks to reform justice with a gender perspective. And what it tries to attain is address all this subject of impunity, 97% in cases of gender-based violence, and therefore inefficiency and lack of operation of the judiciary when addressing violence against women. It is an effort that is under development and open to dialogue internally and with the different sectors with whom we've worked. Civil society, but also we want to put it on the table here in order to enrich the discussion and our perspective through valuable exchanges with all countries, and also regarding the subject that we are proposing for CCW. I would like to say that in this bill, we want to advance for the strengthening of protection measures, care and stabilization with institutional diligence. And for example, courts family courts that should respond to the reports of women that are victims of gender-based violence. And precisely, we want that service from the state. The proposal to expand judicial capacities in order to grant timely measures in preliminary hearings. And also, we are building transformations in criminal investigation with a victim approach. Unfortunately, women should repeat their reports and have several criminalizations, and that exacerbates the trauma of the victims. So advanced reporting of family violence, femicide. So women should do one single interview that should be valid for the whole procedure. This is a structural change in the way, in the style and protection of women. Also, the strengthening of public defense for women so that legal representation not only be in the criminal space. Technical defense should include civil, patrimonial, and personal aspects, and therefore strengthening territorial approach. Likewise, the procedure to safeguard an expedient tool for tutelage, which is quite revolutionary in the Constitution of Colombia of 1981, that expedites a judiciary process when it is a violation of a fundamental right to guarantee immediate responses in risk situations, reducing bureaucracy and exhaustion, emotional exhaustion of women. And finally, the creation of comprehensive care centers for justice for women and complete care and attention with specialized analysts and judges trained in gender perspective. This courts will be prioritized in those territories where the state is less present. And this is inspired in Kenya's experience. Very interesting, with specialized courts with gender perspective. And here the centers we are devising for Colombia, we see that you have all the instances of care, health, when there is sexual violence or physical violence, then the family court, the criminal court, that all the instances be concentrated in one single place with all the highly trained officials, trained in gender perspective and violence based on violence against women. All these are proposals that are underway, and the idea is to strengthen inclusive, equitable juridical systems able to overcome structural barriers. There is still a road to tread, but the idea is to move forward in justice for women. We reaffirm our willingness to have transformative justice for all women and girls.
Gracias, Colombia. Ya no tengo.
Thank you, Colombia. There are no further states requesting the floor. Now, international agencies, please. Population Fund, UNFPA, virtually, please go ahead.
Hola, espero que me escuche.
Hi, hopefully you can hear me. Good morning, everyone. It is an honor for the Population Fund to participate in this meeting of the presiding officers of the Regional Conference on Women. I would congratulate UN Women and ECLAC for this very important space, and also all panel members that have taken the floor in this very relevant meeting. From the Population Fund, we recognize that there is no full access to justice if juridical systems do not respond to the diverse reality of those facing multiple discrimination and gender-based violence. Violence does not affect equally all women, indigenous women, Afro-descending women, those women with disabilities as well as girls and as adolescents facing higher risks, higher barriers, and multiple discriminations. This, of course, makes indispensable to move towards regulatory frameworks and systems of justice that will explicitly integrate the intersectional approach. In the region, these women usually face obstacles that overlap each other: racism, poverty, language barriers, geographic barriers, gender stereotypes, absence of support for decision making, or lack of procedural adaptations. That is why justice systems should guarantee reasonable adjustments, physical access, communicational access, and culturally relevant procedures that will recognize, acknowledge individual and collective rights. Likewise, it is urgent that those that have the responsibility to provide protection and justice may move towards restorative, redressing approaches that will put in the center the survivor and the needs for integral recovery. This involves plural, intercultural justice systems that with the community values, respecting autonomy of women, working all very coordinatedly with social protection and health systems. The Population Fund promotes this vision through the package of essential services for those survivors of violence that today it's implemented in more than 12 countries of Latin America and the Caribbean. The model promotes articulated responses between justice, social protection, and health with quality standards, clear paths, and the service puts women in the center. Also, we work very much with diverse organizations and networks like the Afro-Latino American Network, Afro-Caribbean Network, continental indigenous networks, and also for persons with disabilities. With them, we generate evidence and we make visible the impact of violence, because it is essential to generate joint work organizations. One of the results is the access to justice and life approach, where the women and girls are strengthened, and at the same time, we work for environments and justice and services may be inclusive and free of discrimination. In this context, we reaffirm our commitment of accompanying states and women's movements in their diversity for building truly transformative justice centers with intersectional and anti-racist approach, guaranteeing no woman or girl to be left behind. Thank you. Thank you. Now, we have a list of persons that want to intervene, so please, 2 minutes. Aknur, please. Thank you. Madam Chair, distinguished delegates, representatives of international agencies and of civil society, allow me to join the acknowledgement of different and very interesting presentations of panel members, thanking the possibility to participate in this dialogue of access to justice, which is central for substantive equality. From Aknur's perspective, to integrate human mobility in access to justice, it's not optional, it is a requirement to comply with the gender equality standards. Gender-based violence continues to be a cause and a consequence of displacement. When reaching destination countries, violence does not end. Mobility not only increases exposure to violence, but also limits the real possibilities of seeking help and reporting or access to justice. Likewise, in the regional meeting with organizations that are women-led in the context of human mobility of 24, most of institutional care routes to gender-based violence do not work adequately for refugee women and in the context of mobility, either due to lack of adaptation to different realities or vacuums or discriminatory practices that disencourage reporting or complaints. In Latin America and the Caribbean, thousands of women face structural barriers preventing them to exercise their rights. The lack of documentation, complex procedures, adapted protocols, and institutional discrimination not only limit access to justice, but perpetuate violence and exclusion. This means that a woman that is displaced and suffers gender-based violence very often cannot report, does not have access to free legal assistance, and has a risk of being victimized. So the promise of justice for all is not complete. So to integrate human mobility in justice systems, it's not optional. It's a requirement to comply with standards in gender equality. To overcome these gaps, it's essential to move forward in concrete measures. Among them, provide accessible and procedural documentation, agile procedures allowing to standardize and access to the procedure of asylum and prevent risks, to establish protocol to stop gender-based violence and retaliation, and to have a free specialized aid together with prosecutors' office, police officers, to guarantee non-re-victimization. Also, the response needs to be multi-sectoral. Psychosocial support should be accessible and non-discriminatory for all women, including those trans, indigenous, Afro-descending, or disabled women. And we cannot forget organizations that are led by women who are refugees and migrants. From ACNUR, we are committed to collaborate with states, jointly with ECLAC, UN Women, to strengthen regulatory frameworks and justice systems. To guarantee access to justice for all women and girls implies recognizing intersection between gender and human mobility and act accordingly. Thank you. Thanks. ILO, virtually, please go ahead.
Hola, buenos días a
Good morning, everyone. I want to thank once again ECLAC and UN Women, and greet on behalf of my regional director, Ana Eugenia Moreira, the delegates and participants of this presiding officers meeting. In 2021, Convention 190, first international treaty trying to eliminate labor harassment. This instrument is historical. It defines what violence is, what labor harassment is, and determines who and how it should act. The reach is inclusive, protects everyone in the labor world regardless of the contractual status, including apprentices and volunteers. Covers all sectors, public and private, formal, informal, rural, and urban areas. Countries that ratified that commit to implement mechanisms of prevention and control, as well as dissemination campaigns. The agreement says that violence and harassment is a violation of human rights. It's a threat for equality and are incompatible with decent work. It also recognizes that gender-based violence affects disproportionately women and girls. In Latin America and the Caribbean, to reinforce mechanisms of labor justice to women suffering violence and harassment is urgent. That is why we request once again the ratification of Convention 190. Only 12 countries of our region have subscribed it or ratified.
Furthering the ratification is creating safe labor settings free of violence and discrimination, and essential to achieve equity and ensure decent work for all persons. Thank you very much.
Gracias y felicidades.
Thank you, and congratulations at a perfect time management. 2 minutes exactly. UNDP, please. Also online. Good morning, everyone. Once again, greetings. to the representatives of countries like Clark, UN Women, all panelists who preceded me. 3 recommendations and comments by UNDP. As has been said, Latin America and the Caribbean faces structural inequalities, and in face of this, UNDP promotes an integral agenda for resilient human development and gender equality in the coming 70th CSW. To be held next year, UNDP will underscore 3 core elements, that is, defining gender justice as the set of legal processes and outcomes that are substantive and necessary to ensure equal rights and opportunities for all genders. As has been said, this implies dismantling in discriminatory institutional practices and transforming standards and behaviors that obstacle the justice for women. In this sense, we would like to share that we will be sharing a report that analyzes 100 Brazilian rules, that is the 14th Ibero-American Summit in 2008, fundamental pillars for access to justice for people living in vulnerability, due diligence and access. This event that occurs in our region in Iberian America, it is necessary to include this in the gender perspective in order to reduce impunity, promote parity, and ensure effective justice. In this sense, the second recommendation, based on our framework of the gender equality hallmark in 5 ministries and Supreme Courts of Justice, Chile, Dominican Republic, Paraguay, and the Ministry of Justice and Human Rights of the province of Buenos Aires, and the need to work on 4 priority lines for institutional transformation: strengthening of the institutional capacity with planning and budgeting of the justice sector with a gender perspective, gender units that have capabilities, leadership, and relevant resources, and training, as was being said, continuous practical with analysis of concrete sentences and determined for the various sectors of justice. 30 seconds to conclude, please. And then the inclusion of AI in the justice sector. Several ministries are moving ahead for this analysis, but it is necessary to adopt the gender perspective and auditing of the algorithm in the implementation of AI to ensure it does not reproduce gender biases. Several ministries and courts of justice are including the new technologies, but it is necessary that the digitalization should not reproduce biases and give priority to women's cases, partnerships with the civil society and academia for the production of information, strengthening data systems with surveys on legal needs and administrative records with a gender perspective and intersectional approach, and of course, strengthening of all integral and community services, connecting the community network, strengthening obviously rural areas, and promoting an intersectional and a persons-based approach. And lastly, connection to the international network of open justice, strengthening programs for technology, for example, as done in Brazil with 4.0 justice, but we insist it is necessary to do these algorithmic audits and continue to work with these analysis, because for this digital transformation of the justice systems, we may run the risk of continuing with the existing prejudices. Thank you. Thank you. And so now we will hand over to the representatives of the civil society. I will give your names in order. Please pay attention. Mariela Lavoceta and Saude Ramirez. Sandra Ramirez, she apologizes. Madela Vivianco, Diana Damian, Aide Garcia, and Silver Velasquez. Please also represent the organization you represent.
Bueno, buenos días a todos.
Good morning, everyone. I'm a federal prosecutor in Argentina, a specialized unit for violence against women. UFEM, in turn, coordinates a specialized network that brings together a specialized network of prosecution offices of entire Iberian America. I would like to bring to you our experience because this has a lot to do with the agenda of justice with a view to the CSW. As I said, this network works since 2015. We're celebrating our 10th year right now, and as such, we create a number of instruments for criminal support, elements for research to sanction gender violence, and we have been for many years working on a major alliance with UN Women. I would like to highlight this not only because it has been a fundamental pillar for the operation of the network, but also because in turn it is a beacon. A line of action because we work in the light of the international human rights standards. It is an institutional political stance that the network has. In recent years, also, we have incorporated an axis of work, which is a partnership with civil society. We have built a series of instruments that I will not tell you of here, but they are available in protocols for the investigation of murder, violence, sexual violence, and work organized crime. There is also a paper on that, another pillar on violence against LGBTI persons, and within the framework of sexual violence, which is an instrument that stems from the network of prosecution offices. The civil society has been a fundamental pillar because it was part of the dialogue to construct the protocol. The network in that sense, and what I would like you to be clear on, is a space where, in turn, it has great incidence on justice systems at national level. Everything that is built or constructed at regional level spills down to the national justice, and so this is a space with great potential. So what we can see in the snapshot today in the justice system is that we have made great progress not only in the justice systems but the entire movement against gender violence. There are specialized units in many countries, and there have been ministries, and in general the institutionality is very sound. All countries are addressing this. There's a change in paradigm regarding from family violence moving to gender violence. We have research protocols, guidelines, documents, there are records, statistics on an entire transformation. Of course, not linear, because sometimes there has made great leaps ahead and also setbacks, but there have been overall progress because this is a driver that feeds us so that everything that we do every day makes sense and have repercussions on the justice systems. But yes, today we see in our network and activism in general, we see with great concern a series of setbacks that are occurring throughout the region. In all areas that I've just mentioned, the institutional and regulatory spheres. There's a series of bills to dismiss the figure of feminicide. There is a series of bills, as Julissa said, of the aggravation of the sanctions for women who report falsely. Many arrangements have been dismantled, ministries, a number of specialized areas, and there's a series of hate discourses setting up throughout the region, which is of great concern. And just to end, I believe that we need to put an end to this with a view to the CSW. All progress made should not be fallen back on. We must continue to work on this process that is in no way concluded. There are many things still pending for the transformation of the response by the justice systems to gender violence. And also we must be attentive to the setbacks and anti-rights discourses, policies, dismantling of institutionality, and so on. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, prosecutor. Yes, it is a challenge to continue moving ahead and not moving back. Sandra Ramirez, please. 2 minutes. Thank you. And I thank the previous speakers. I am an advisor for Coliti Now, regional articulation to follow up on the Urban Indo-Iraq Convention, the regional network for access to justice in the case of sexual violence in spaces that bring together defenders, prosecutors, judges, researchers, survivors, indigenous and Afro-descended women, women with disability, trans, rural and urban women, and organizations that further sound responses to sexual and digital violence in Latin America and the Caribbean, which is also being supported by UN Women. Today we come with a single voice, united, shared and urgent need. We need to work without discrimination for women, adolescents and girls in all settings, physical and digital. Today, this is part of the key contributions that we will collectively bring to the CSW in Latin America and the Caribbean and Africa, 2 regions, a single voice. These strategic spaces to reaffirm that justice can only be transformed when the voices of civil society, survivors, lawyers, litigators, and case companions should join the members of the judicial system that today face these barriers from the inside. Sexual violence, as was shared here, is still one of the most persistent forms of violence. Physical and sexual violence that has not changed in a decade. And in the meantime, they continue to have deep structural barriers that prevent survivors from accessing justice. The reality is very sound. The justice systems continue to fail, trapped in stereotypes, prejudice, and regulatory frameworks that do not ensure effective access to justice. This violence today is amplified in digital arenas within consented dissemination of intimate information, manipulation of images with AI, and the implantations, extortion, and transmission of abuse. These digital formats are not virtual, they are a continuity of the sexual violence with deep harm and the replication capacity without precedent. You must add to this structural barriers and that affects all members of the civil society, but also the daily experience of the members of these institutions. First of all, laws that still do not recognize consent as the main pillar, discriminatory figures, and that minimize violence against adolescents. Third, and we have mentioned this here, judicial systems that have no resources, no experts, no specialized courts, and operators with prejudices that distort the research. And fourth, processes that do not consider the particular needs of indigenous and Afro-descendants, LGBTI survivors, or people with disabilities. Also insufficient standards for the digital survival and settings that may hinder obtaining evidence and comparison among countries in order to process these cases. Prosecutors, judges, and defenders all agree that these barriers lead to systematic impunity, especially for indigenous, Afro-descendant, and disability migrants people with HIV and girls, and institutional violence and re-victimization is today a reality. Today, I would like to call on ministers to bring this voice to the CSW and that they may take into account this declaration that reforming the regulatory frameworks for informed consent be the end of sexual violence in all settings, and doing away with discriminatory cases and me to move to integral responses. Were joint presence today, civil society, survivor, prosecution, and forensic experts show that it is possible to build justice from all sides. What we need now is a political will and sustained commitment. This panel today is one step towards CSW when we will continue with a single voice.
So justice become a real guarantee for women, adolescents, and girls in all of their diversity. Thank you. Thank you very much, Sandra. And it's a privilege to give the floor to Mabel Bianco. The floor is yours. Thank you, Madam President. I am Mabel Bianco. Maybe you know who I am. I'm from the Foundation for the Research on Women's issues from Argentina and co-coordinator of the MDO's Committee for the Condition of Women. I'm speaking as Argentinian, representing Argentinian feminist, activist women, academics, and all politician women all together in this very difficult time that we are going through. This is why I asked the floor, because I think that the voice must be heard. Our voice is not being heard. We heard the voice of the government that continues to tell something that happened on December 10th, 2023, when the new government took office. Not only they closed the Ministry of Women, Gender and Diversity, they closed every program that we have in existence through national ministry and the national government, and only provinces stay with the responsibility of this service without money, few human resources, less trained people, and increasing demand. So for us to bring the voice is an obligation, because we cannot continue to be silent about what happens in our country. Just to tell you, they say that we do not have to differentiate. So what they say, there's novelty for us in the month of March. We will need to update the document, because every day we have something new. Today we will have the new Congress, where there is a change in the force balance of the different political parties. We will have enormous changes, because all our progress and all of our rights were based in laws. They could not eliminate all the laws because they didn't have the majority at the Congress, but it's very possible that they can eliminate. Today they are announcing about feminicides, but before that, thousands of many drafts, among them elimination of abortion. It's for us. This is why it's so important. But I'm not extend myself. We have a written document, and we are going to circulate the document. And I ask you please to consider that it is essential that we keep this link between the civil society, feminist societies, government, and agencies, because this is the only thing that will allow us to survive and move forward. With the setbacks and moving forward, this is not linear. We got everything, but we had so many progresses, and we see how rapidly what took from 1993 when we 83 when we recovered up to 2023. All of the progress were dismantled and destroyed in hours and in days. So we know that this will not be a permanent, but rebuilding will be very difficult. And this is why we think that it's very important to attend these spaces, and that you're aware, and I'm speaking to ministers and representatives from government. You must be aware that without peace, without human rights enforced, with the rights of women, children, and diversity, there's no progress, there's no development. So please do not fool ourselves. Let's look for our common things. We feminists, we have a lot of discussion, as you well know, but we have been able to weave a communion in face of this enemy that want to annul everything. So let's search for consensus. Let's listen to us, not only to go in and out our ears, but to be able to digest and speak about differences. I'm sorry if sometimes as civil society, we are too strong, we are impatient, we are too anxious, but please understand, women are dying. They are not dying, they are not being killed. Today, and without I conclude, there is a report in the most traditional newspaper of Argentina on a prosecutor's office that follows abuse and harassment against girls and responsibility with pedophiles. They are from little children, 8, 9-year-old children, boys and girls, and they have to show the family what they are following because the family, this happened, and the family hides these rapes. In 1 year, 120 reports, and they calculate that in the coming year this will double. So can you imagine what is this? These little children, these little boys, what will become of them? So we need to work together, to be together, to look for the ways of understanding ourselves. And I give you my document of all Argentinian women. We are not very much here because we do not have funds, but we will have a voice, and we will take our voice to the CSW70. Count on us to be always good and bad times with you. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, dear Mabel. This voice should be always stronger. Diana Damian, you have the floor. I am a member of the South American Network for Migration, a network created to visibilize women during migration. It's a network that has fostered dialogue and negotiation in Mexico and Central America. Let me read just a small fragment of a statement that we will circulate. Is in the framework of 29th of November, the date of we. We are the network, we are the defenders. I live in the border at the south of Mexico. We accompany and attend migrating women in the border, one of the most with greater traffic in the world. This South American network analyzes and discusses this context, and in a context where migrant women in human mobility, we need to change the concept because migrant in human mobility, because when we say migrant, is the government are not committed to mobility, human mobility. So we refer to mobility, we speak about return, all single aspect of migration. So I reiterate, in a context where migrant women deal with dangerous route controlled by organized crime, where the danger of traffic defenders in our communities were to make visible structural violence, systemic violences affecting women in mobility. Throughout this year, we have documented, denounced, and worked for change in public policies that ensure the full human rights of migrant women in human mobility without considering their origin and migration status. Gender violence in Central America is one of the most generalized human rights violations. The lack of service to health, limited access to justice, criminalization of reproductive life, continue endangering migrant women, exposing them to insecure abortion and diseases. In a reality that's much more complex for indigenous women that deal with additional barriers for linguistic and cultural conditions. We need to make visible our work, the defenders, and demand protection for our labor. We from the shadows, we have been the pioneers in denouncing violence in migration corridor. We have led mobilization. We have forged international regional partnership for migrant women in human mobility may live with dignity and security and safety. Our work and their work must be protected and recognized, because without defenders of human rights, we will not be able to defend the rights of women. The South American Network reiterates its commitment in the fight with social justice and the right of migrant women in social mobility. And we continue to foster dialogue and policy to make visible human rights in the region. We are solidarian with all defenders of human rights that risk their life every single day to guarantee a future free of violence. We say to all of them today, and we say ourselves, our courage doesn't go unnoticed. Every action, every step is a beacon of justice and hope for a world that needs to change radically. Thank you very much. Thank you, Diana, dear Diana, and you have the floor. Thank you. I am Aide Garcia Andrade, the Director of Catholics for the Right to Decide from Mexico. I think that we are dealing with very significant issues. This is the voice of civil society is always necessary. And in this sense, it seems to me that the issue of access to justice is the big topic for our historical fights. We want to recognize the progress made that have been discussed here. Mexico, my country, we have made enormous progress in access to justice, in the reinforcement of legal framework, but we always say there's a big challenges and discussion on how to continue to move on. And this is a moment of recognizing the progress made and where we need to continue to progress, because the fight of the right, from the right, it's visible. And I want to discuss a topic in the framework of access to justice, which is the criminalization of abortion. And this is one of the historical fights that abortion is access not only to health, but also to justice, the right to autonomy and reproductive justice. For me, is the big issue that adds to this complexity. And one of the demands that we have a feminist movement in the region is the elimination of the crime of abortion in the penal code. This is a very important advancement, and I say it and I put in the table for discussion, because in Mexico we have the big tax digest. We have the possibility to move forward in these frameworks of access to justice, but we need to discuss this very significant issue. The Mexican civil society and the region, we are willing to collaborate. As Mabel Biancolo said, we need to collaborate because there's a risk of the setback and also threats. And we have right and opportunity. Mexico must be a reference for the region. It continues to advance, and we need continue to be a progressive government, and we are there, the civil society, to support. And I thank very much and appreciate the opportunity you have given to me. Thank you, Aide and Stacy.
Good morning. Good morning. Stacy Velasquez, Director of Trans in Guatemala and reference for trans persons in the region as trans woman. I would like to share with you data from a report from 2024. We did it as a network in 24 countries. The report is called Forgotten in Democracy. It was in 14 countries, actually. 287 cases. Of these cases, 54% were in Central America and Mexico, 22% in the Andean region, and 1% in the Caribbean, and another percentage in the rest of the region. Of these data, 46% were due to discrimination, 17% due to physical aggression and beating, 7% were murders, homicides, intimidation, and threats, 6%. Something that calls our attention regarding this data is that the main perpetrators of this violence were members of security with uniform, 33%, public health staff, 25%. Public servants are the ones that exercise violence and violated our rights in Latin America and the Caribbean. During 2024, this regional report gives us a lot of insights. One of them is that the legal system does not respond to these violences yet, because only 33% claimed formally, but many did not claim formally, and 8% didn't said nothing. Of all this data, El Salvador 19.24%, Guatemala 12.51%, Costa Rica 12.28%, Argentina 12.28%, Colombia 11.33%, Paraguay 9.45%, Bolivia 9.21%, Honduras 7.32%, Panama 1.77%, Chile 1.65%, Peru 1.63%, Mexico 0.59, Dominican Republic 0.47, and Nicaragua 0.35. The highest number of cases correspond to El Salvador, followed by Guatemala, Costa Rica, and Argentina, with about 12%. This means a lot of reports in Central America and in the South Cone. As Latin American network and Caribbean network of trans persons, we still have to typify the fascist violence in the region, because the steps back we are experiencing are being promoted by the fascism in the region, and we have to typify it, and we have to sanction this violence, because they are killing and they are living us without human rights. As Latin American network, we ask the presiding officers to create a mechanism to monitor, to implement the Tlatelolco commitment for trans women, because we need to visibilize all these violences and we need to monitor them, but we also need indicators for trans women in the region. We have mechanisms that recognize gender identity, and I think that the monitoring has to help us not to move backwards. Finally, I would like to say that we have something in common, very much in common, human rights. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias, Stacy.
Thank you very much, Stacy. Now, Macarena Abarca Zamorano, please, 2 minutes.
Bueno, hola, me presento, soy Macarena Barca.
I'm Macarena Barca, feminist activist, and I work in technology. I point out the advance that we have made regarding our rights. I hope this continues to advance, and in the future, I hope these advances won't be threatened by what's going on in Latin America. First, we need to worry about women that are part of the DISC or functional disability, that are not independent, because in the community,
Mucha diversidad de las necesidades.
there's a lot of diversity of our reality. We have physical or psychosocial disability, and we are treated in different ways, whether our disabilities are visible or not. We need to ensure access to justice, because what defines our disability is not ourselves, but the barriers of what prevents us to have access. The experience of our deaf woman who has the money can have access to an interpreter, but one without resources depends on the resources provided by the state or voluntary word. We have the disability credential in Chile, and that defends us and protects us, but somehow this resource creates bureaucracy to have access to help. To have access to this help, we need to present documents. Not everyone has those documents, so we are re-victimized and we are exposed constantly. The process to obtain the credential is very slow and generates barriers to have access to our rights. Considering that this help does not exist in all countries, there should be something should be done about that. We should have a better representation vis-a-vis the state and different organizations. There are steps back, like the movement towards an independent life. This ensured interpreters, movement possibilities, and other elements that allowed us to close these gaps. Also, the exposure of our life online. Online violence is also violence, and with the advancement of AI, we need even more security and privacy for our images. Some hide their faces and share sexual images. Girls and adolescents are also in danger. The cases we have seen in Chile in the press have been seen due to the concern of the parents and because they have access to lawyers. The law that Minister Orellana mentioned, the law on behalf of all of us, defends us without need to consent to show our intimate images. But with the advancement of technology, we need an explicit protection in this regard, and we need intersectional perspective, not only disability, but also technology for poor women, for trans women, etc., to protect the diversity of women. And that should not depend on our resources, but that should be there for all the diversity. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias. Agradezco la participación nuevamente de nuestras extraordinarias panelistas.
Thank you to our panelists and thank you to all the delegations and representatives of civil society that gave us arguments that prepare us to go to the CSW. Now I give back the floor to the chair and I underline the importance of the human rights for care and the importance of access to justice when the responsibility of care is not distributed, structural obstacles increase, and this in turn makes more difficult access of women to justice. Thank you, Madam Chair. I give you the floor. Thank you, Ambassador Feller, for the moderation and conduction of this panel. Thank you to the panelists and to the different interventions that we had. Now we go on to the presentation of the declaration of NGOs on the status, legal and social status of women in Latin America and the Caribbean. And we want to recognize the efforts of the civil society and feminist organizations to make a collective presentation. We thank you for that. It's several voices that will be making the presentation of this statement. So we ask you to take the floor and we are very much attentive to your presentation. Sisters, colleagues, authorities, as civil society of Latin America and the Caribbean, and as young indigenous, Afro-descendant, diversities and dissident women, caretakers and defendants, we want to demand from the states the adoption of urgent and necessary measures guaranteeing our access to justice, total reparation, and a life free of violence. As a region, we are in a context where there are too many steps backwards. This vulnerates our human rights and increases the lack of protection and impunity. Given this scenario, we reaffirm our commitment for the defense and promotion of individual and collective rights of women, girls, and adolescents. Women's organized in all our diversity. We fight and we propose changes to eradicate violence. We invite and we urge the states to guarantee the follow-up, the transparency, and our effective participation in the processes. Everything with us and nothing without us. With this, I leave with you our sisters who will deepen from their own perspectives, struggles, and territories. For Afro-descendant women of Latin America and the Caribbean, access to justice is not only a right, but it is also a space where dignity is at stake. This is why Afro-descendant women continue now facing spaces of institutional racism, state violence, and race violence. There's a historical debt that persists, especially in those women that defend their natural spaces, their rights, and that are still in charge of taking care and that build peace amidst violence. This is why it is urgent for states to guarantee intersectional justice systems and anti-racist justice systems for Afro-descendant women, historical reparation and the possibility to live well should be part of this. The indigenous girls and women of Latin America, we are victims or survivors of violence, laboral or sexual exploitation, trafficking, barriers, injustices due to an unequal system that prevents the exercise of our rights, thus denying the access to safe situations. Sometimes we don't even have interpreters or translators of identity documents, and there's corruption and impunity, racism, classism, conservative, and justice systems that are excluding. Due to all these things, we demand the implementation of the recommendation 39 and 45 of CEDAW. This instrument should be implemented to have a good access to justice and plural justice systems. We have to eliminate discrimination barriers and we have to guarantee fair labor conditions for all women. And it is a must to strengthen legal frameworks and to give the necessary capability to those who work in justice and ensure protection, health for girls and women in our diversity, for us to be able to put into practice our rights. There's weakening due to religious fundamentalism that have an impact on judicial decisions. This restricts the participation of women in the public space. In parallel, there's a growth of a discourse saying that we do false claims. This has to be punished. This affects especially women and girls, including indigenous girls. This is a punitive action towards those that claim, and then there's protection to aggressors, and the structural problems of the judicial systems are not approached. Feminicides, transfeminicides, lesbicides, infanticides, and vicarious violence. All this continues to grow. In 2023, we had 3,897 feminicides in 27 countries of Latin America and the Caribbean. That is 11 homicides due to gender issues every day. Plus, feminicide is not a legal figure in all countries, and in some countries they evaluate eliminating it. We are the youth, and we represent everyone to demand that commitments do not stay in the paper. We need true mechanisms for accountability, guaranteeing that what has been agreed is implemented. The civil society has to be an active part of monitoring so that justice and rights materialize in the lives of all women, girls, and diversities. We need feminist multilateralism where the cooperation between states be supported in the defense of human rights and not regressive agendas that endanger our lives. We require real spaces of participation for the civil society in multilateral fora with binding follow-up mechanism guaranteeing that the commitments assumed are translated into public and budget policies. Thank you.
When we speak of guaranteeing access to justice for women and girls, we need to name the defenders of human rights strongly, especially Afro-Indigenous defenders. We protect our territory and diversity. In this context, our territories are militarized for such prolonged times that they lose their characteristic of exceptional state. Our fights are stigmatized, criminalized, and made invisible. And that is why I bring to the table the case of Julia Chunil, our sister, defender of the Mapuche people of Los Rios. She disappeared while she was taking care of her territory and animals. And there are severe background information saying that she was burned. Even so, her family and community, when seeking justice, can face silence and lack of diligence. When an indigenous person can disappear and be subject to violence in that way without justice acting urgently and without an intercultural approach, it's clear that access to justice continues to be a privilege and not a guarantee. That is why we demand that states protect the defenders of our rights, will fully implement the Escazú Agreement and recognize the right to indigenous justice and free determination. And never again a woman defending her territory or rights will face violence, impunity, or persecution. Also to mention that access to justice is deeply conditioned by care inequalities. The historical overburden is made invisible and falls upon women and girls, limiting their time, mobility, and autonomy to report and go to justice and request redress. The existence of comprehensive public intercultural community care and within sufficient financing reproduces inequalities and deepens injustice. From women and youth, we want to recall the state that there cannot be justice without justice to reproductive life. Latin America and Caribbean is behind. Today, criminalization and restrictions to abortion are an indirect form of injustice. Countries like Bolivia, Peru, and Brazil are examples of how judicialization prevent exercising a right that is already set forth in several legal frameworks, violating sexual and reproductive rights. We want to say that women, young, and diversities living with HIV face even deeper barriers with gender violence and health discrimination, labor and justice discrimination. They are denied their autonomy and decide on their lives, bodies, and the judiciary re-victimize them constantly. We call the attention on how the reduction of funds of international cooperation directly affects health services with great disprotection of women and girls in diversity. As feminist women and youth, we demand from state depenalizing abortion, guarantee of already existing standards, and the increase of public budgets. Without reproductive justice, without full guarantee of sexual and reproductive rights, there's no real access to justice in our lives.
Observamos con grave preocupación
We observe with great concern the imposition of exception systems in countries like El Salvador and Ecuador. Regressive measures are documented directly affecting the rights of women, including the weakening, deliberate weakening of gender structures, the suspension of the implementation of the National Violence Prevention Against Women Plan, the withdrawal of funds for assistance, services, and criminalization of peaceful demonstrations through the suspension of bank accounts and criminalization with charges of terrorism for mobilized women. Thus, in Argentina and Peru, democracy is threatened by a no accountability and weakening of judicial independence. These contexts entail marginalization or disarticulation of substantive equality policies. In the South Caribbean, the presence of military from USA increased close to Trinidad and Tobago. There are lethal attacks to ships in the Caribbean. The support to these actions by some leaders threatens the status of the region as an area of peace recognized by the Organization of American States, undermining decades of stability and jeopardizing security and the rights of women, youth, and girls. Likewise, deviating resources and political priorities far from the gender equality agendas. Thank you.
Agradecemos a las representantes.
We thank the representatives from different organizations here present for the declaration of the statement by the Committee of Non-Governmental Organizations on the Legal and Social Status of Women in Latin America and the Caribbean. We now move to a break. It's 12:50. See you back at 1:50 or 10 to 2. See you back.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. We will continue with today's session. We will now begin panel 2 on the drivers of change to ensure access to injustice for women, adolescents, and girls. This is no minor issue. We've mentioned it. There are experiences carried out in just a few countries because to speak of justice is such a complex structural issue that not everyone wants to take it on as such. It is a major burden for states. And so we're hoping that our panelists will shed light and tell us of experiences that we can listen to and encourage us to transform and seek the transformation of justice systems. For this panel, we will be inviting Carolina Alvarado, from the Dominican Republic, and who will moderate the panel. And we are also thanking our panelists, our dear friend Monica Javier, who is director of the National Women's Institute of the Ministry of Social Development of Uruguay, Gloria Ann Thomas, Senator and Minister of Social and Community Development, Housing and Gender Affairs of Grenada, Roberta Clark, Commissioner of the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, Norma Don Juan Perez, who is the representative of the National Coordination of Indigenous Women, CONAMI of Mexico, representing the Continental Network of Indigenous Women of the Americas, ECMIA, and Monica Soto, Magistrate of the Electoral Tribunal of the Federal Judiciary of Mexico and President of the Gender Equality Observatory of the Global Network for Electoral Justice. And so, with these panelists, I now hand over to Carolina Alvarado, who is responsible for the panel. Well, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. After the recess, we will now continue with this very important meeting with this panel on the main justice of drivers of change to ensure access to justice for women, adolescents, and girls. Within the framework of this regional consultation, equal to the 67th meeting of presiding officers. The aim is to exchange experiences and views to identify drivers of change to ensure access to justice for women, adolescents, and girls. Visibilizing the strategies for achieving the transformation and identifying public policies, partnerships, and other strategies implemented by countries to strengthen the connection and dialogue and cooperation at multiplayer level. So to kick off, we would now like to welcome Monica Javier, who from Uruguay, who will tell us about the topic. Monica, go ahead. Welcome. Thank you, Carolina, and I thank the panel and everyone present, also those online. Well, drivers of change to ensure access to justice. Uruguay has been carrying out various strategies to transform social-cultural patterns that sustain inequalities and facilitate the reproduction of gender violence. This cultural transformation is a key pillar to ensure effective access by women, adolescents, and girls to justice, as has been insisted on throughout the interventions. Territoriality must be taken into consideration because otherwise this naturalizes forms of violence in certain areas of the country, and so we must intensify the struggle there to be able to change these cultural patterns. Just a few lines of the main ones. We work on a training program for equality, an initiative that is interinstitutional framed within several legal frameworks, the general law on education, the law of gender-based violence, equality and non-discrimination. All of these mandate our public policy to drive forward the transformation of patterns and beliefs that reproduce the subordination of women. And in this program, as this was also about making visible the interinstitutional work This is very important, and we do so in various spheres of public education and with our institute, and it is directed at teachers, teaching students, technical teams throughout the country in the formal as well as the non-formal sector. The aim are to build awareness regarding the strategic role of the education in the promotion of human rights and the prevention of gender-based violence, and also providing teaching and technical staff with conceptual tools and methodologies to detect, respond, and address situations of discrimination, gender violence, or ecotransphobic violence in schools. Another program, More Equality and Movement, are institutional as well. And there we, aside from education and the institute, we include the Ministry of the Interior, the Ministry of Security of the country. Socio-educational community intervention carried out at schools in vulnerable sectors, beginning with the metropolitan region, but encompassing the whole country through recreational activities, critical thought, and working directly with adolescents for the prevention of gender-based violence, promoting healthy connections between girls and boys since very early on. And also this year, it's 10 years of a campaign called Relations Free of Violence. The idea is, as in previous years, to convene young people and adolescents as co-protagonists for the prevention of gender-based violence and affecting the ties that are built during adolescence and youth. There are also, we have picked up a major drive in sexual integral education as a factor to protect the rights of girls, boys, and adolescents, and as a key tool to prevent abuse of a sexual nature, promoting the care of sexual and emotional health, and strengthening virtuous connections. So we have alarming figures of violence against girls, boys, and adolescents with a very high percentage of sexual violence. I would also like to mention a relevant fact for the production of feminist knowledge in the region. Recently, Uruguay was the venue of the Latin American Congress of Feminist Studies of the South, organized by the Center for Interdisciplinary Feminist Studies of the University of La República, with more than 900 feminists took part, academics and students, activists and professionals from various countries. This space strengthened the feminist viewpoint of the global South and will critical views transforming our policies. In terms of access to justice, this year we have just presented, on account of the 25th N, an technological innovation, in addition to the use of traditional ankle for those convicted of more serious cases of violence. This is the ELIDA 360, a tool that will be operational as of this month, that has just started and is led by the Ministry of the Interior with the participation by our institute, the Institute of Girls and Adolescents, Judiciary, and the Office of the Prosecutor. This app offers greater protection and accompanying by the state of women victims of violence. It will be used by judicial provision in cases of middle and low risk and will allow extending reports, precautionary measures, and will have a call center and chat box for support. It is a significant progress in the articulation of speedier and accessible responses, and I highlight the ample spectrum of spheres of the state that we had to convene for this to be possible, quite aside from the leadership by the Ministry of the Interior, undeniable. In parallel, we are also strengthening information systems. We continue to implement the smart system of our Ministry of Social Development to record users of these specialized services and improve the quality of data for the design and assessment of policies related to gender-based violence. Likewise, the civil society will once again be a full member of the Observatory of Gender-Based Violence that is at our institute, consolidating an institutional nature. On account of the 25th N, our observatory presented an update of the research on feminicides, a fundamental tool to commit tendencies, policies, and make adjustments. This was done together with and trying to create consensus with the General Office of the Prosecutors of the Nation and the Ministry of the Interior. So far, this has not been possible. So undoubtedly, this is an important step ahead so that we're all talking the same language, quite aside from individual competencies and responsibilities. This year, the National Council for Gender for the 25-30 period, a space created under the law, equal rights and opportunities and non-discrimination that integrates the state, academia, civil society, and currently works on the construction of a gender plan and also a national plan for action for a life free of violence. International cooperation, and with this I'll be ending because my 7 minutes are up. International cooperation has been key, and I would like to highlight the UN system, the gender interagency that in Uruguay is led by UN Women, strategic partners, and that cannot be substituted in order to continue moving ahead in developing gender equality policies. Thanks to this, recently, just a few days ago, we had the integral poll of women in situations of violence in the province of Córdoba, Argentina, a pioneering model in the region, and the experience is replicable and that offers very valuable learning to improve integral care, particularly in our country where we are firmly decided to implement it. In sum, at the National Institute of Women, we will continue working in a committed manner and in a connected, linking agencies of the state, civil society, and academia to strengthen the drivers of change to ensure access to justice and full enjoyment of rights of women, girls, and adolescents to a life free of violence and based on gender. Thank you. Thank you very much, Monica, for sharing all of these achievements in Uruguay. And now we will hand over to Gloria Ann Thomas, Senator and Minister of Social and Community Development, Housing and Gender Affairs of Grenada, who is with us on a line. You have 7 minutes. Please go ahead.
Buenas tardes.
Moderator, and pleasant good afternoon to everyone, including the online participants. I am honored to be part of this conversation here this afternoon. And where we adolescents and girls, a matter that lies at the heart of our national commitment to gender equality and human rights. Access to justice is not merely about the court. It is about dignity, safety, and empowerment, and the ability of every woman and girl to live free from violence and discrimination. Drivers of change. What more, Chief? Today, I want to highlight 5 key drivers of change that have proven essential in Grenada's ongoing efforts, and which I believe are equally urgent across our region. Number 1, strong laws that protect and systems that work together. Having laws on the book is not enough. They must translate into real protection. And as women organization, we must lobby and we have to ensure that the laws are enforced. Grenada has taken steps such as strengthening our domestic violence legislation, advancing child protection frameworks, expanding survivor-centered services. But full access to justice requires coordination across sectors. the police, the health, the education, social services, labor, ICT, and the courts. So these partners must come together in a collaborative and coordinated manner to ensure that the system works for our girls and women who are at risk and who are affected. A woman or girl must experience the same level of protection, no matter which door she enters. So if you come to social development, or you go to the police, or you go to the health services, everyone must be on the same page. And this is what we have instituted here in Grenada. Driver number 2, survivor-centered gender responsive justice system. Justice must not be traumatic. If a girl or a woman is in court seeking redress for gender-based violence, they should not be put through a process where they are further traumatized or more or less victimized. We must reduce intimidation, delays, and stigma. Gender-based violence cases take too long in the court, sometimes a year, 2 years, and at which time the survivor, the victim team decide they cannot go through that, they have moved on, and so they never got justice. So we continue to invest in training our frontline responders in gender responsive and child-sensitive approaches. We have been expanding psychosocial support services, and at my ministry, the Ministry of Social and Community Development, Housing and Gender Affairs, we have a psychosocial unit that deals with victims, survivors, persons who need that kind of service to ensure that the mental faculties remain intact through the trauma which they may experience through the gender-based violence. We also embark on strengthening referral pathways, including for women and girls with disabilities. So not just any woman and girl, but we have emphasis on women and girls with disability. A justice system must meet women where they are, not where the system is comfortable. And we are advocating strongly for that. Driver number 3, data, evidence, and listening to women's real experience. Data is a driver of accountability. We cannot fix what we do not measure. We strengthening administrative data system, improving sex, age, disability, disaggregated data, and consistently analyzing trends allow us to identify gaps and act decisively. Equally important is listening to women, adolescent girls, LGBTQI+ persons, rural communities, and persons with disability. The lived realities guide our reform. Driver 4, prevention of social norm change. Prevention and social norm change. Access to justice is not only about the response. It requires changing the culture that normalizes violence or discourages reporting. Here in Grenada, there is this thinking, cultural thinking, that a woman needs to be beaten by her man if he loves her or if he wants to see her do right. But I think that comes from our upbringing here in Grenada. Because when your parents beat you, they say they love you and they want you to grow well. That is why they inflict corporal punishment on you. Even in our schools, when teachers inflict corporal punishment on children, they say to them that we have to discipline you. We want you to do what is right. We don't want you to go out in society there and be a no good. So with this sort of a socialization, that thinking is transferred into relationships. And the man will beat his woman because he thinks she needs to be corrected. And some women, so sadly, will say to you, if he don't beat me, he don't love me. So these are some of the cultural norms and the thinking that we have to work on, because that kind of thinking discourages the victim from reporting. Through our men's program, our parenting education program, school-based empowerment curricula, and community outreach, Grenada is working to shift harmful, powerful dynamics. We have a very well-organized parenting program where we go to the communities and we meet with women and girls and we try to empower them. When we change hearts and minds, we reduce violence. We strengthen agency and we make justice system more accessible. So driver number 5, empowering women, adolescents, and girls with knowledge and confidence. A girl who knows her right is harder to be silenced. A woman who understands the justice system is harder to be denied. We continue and we must continue to equip young women, especially those living with disability, migrant families, rural girls, and survivors with knowledge on what their rights are, how to report, what services exist, where to find that support, and access to justice begin with awareness and agency. Special consideration, leaving no one behind. Girls and women with disability have to ensure, we have to ensure that there's accessibility there for them. Physical, digital, and attitudinal is fundamental. Policies and services must reflect the realities that girls and women with disability face, that women and girls face higher risk of violence and greater barriers to justice. So these are things that we are cognizant of, these are things that we are aware of, and these are things that we are addressing. We are prioritizing in Grenada, strengthening the national GBV strategic plan action and referral pathways, advancing gender-based training for frontline workers, expanding community-based safe spaces and psychosocial support, enhancing disability inclusion and data systems, strengthening collaboration between police, health, social development, and the courts. Call to action. Access to justice is not a single ministry responsibility. It is a national ecosystem. It demands bold leadership, strong institution, sustained investment, and a commitment to equity. Most importantly, it demands that we put women, girls, adolescents at the center, not as victims, but as right holders and drivers of the same change that we want to see. Justice is not just a system, it is a promise, one that every woman and girl deserve to see fulfilled. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, señora Gloria. A continuación vamos a darle la palabra a Roberta Clerc, comisionada de la Comisión Interamericana de Derechos Humanos, quien también nos acompaña de manera virtual. Adelante, Roberta.
Thank you. Can you hear me well, Carolina? Just want to make sure. Yes?
Sí, la escuchamos bien. Adelante.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. And once again, thank you, Carolina. And I want to give greetings to my fellow panelists on this session this afternoon. And if you'll allow me to use a half of a minute to say hello to my favorite UN Women and ECLAC friends. Sorry, I'm not in the room with you, but thank you for giving me the opportunity to be here online. And of course, good afternoon to all representatives of the state and civil society organizations in the room and also online. So the question is here, what are the drivers of change to ensure access to justice? And my short answer is this. The main and most consistent and insistent driver of gender equality and gender justice have been gender equality advocates, feminists, working on social justice from an intersectional lens, whether working within the state, as we've heard from Minister Joseph just now, or in civil society. All service provision, law reform, policy development has occurred only because these advocates broke the silence on discrimination and the most prevalent crimes, gender-based violence. So just last week, at the period of sessions of the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, we heard repeatedly of the multidimensional insecurity being experienced by Haitian people in the context of what amounts to a collapsed state. That insecurity for women and girls means the daily threat and the daily experience of violence, including gang rapes. And there's no access to justice. Alongside perhaps the continuing normalization of sexual violence is the fact that police and courts are not functioning. And so there is not only an absence of preventative protection, but there are no pathways at all to justice right now in Haiti. While Haiti may represent an extreme end of the impunity spectrum, even countries where there are functioning police and judicial institutions, impunity still prevails. Most domestic violence and sexual assaults go unreported, and we know all that. And when reports are made, the trend of attrition is apparent from investigation to prosecution to convictions. Yet, we cannot yield in our demand for justice, for effective institutional responses, and for state and community accountability. Our demands as advocates, with the expertise that we have drawn from listening carefully and serving victims and survivors and doing the research, has resulted in law reform all over the Caribbean and the Americas, and we've heard about that already. At least 14 countries have enacted comprehensive laws to address and protect against various forms of gender-based violence. 19 have criminalized femicide in those terms or gender-related killings of women. And several countries have undertaken legal reforms to recognize forms of violence that occur in specific settings. For example, political violence, obstetric violence, and technology-facilitated violence. So collective advocacy and activism informed by research and data is a driver of change. But so too is strategic litigation, and I want to spend most of my time on that. Strategic litigation pursued by survivors and their allies and their families, outraged by indifferent, hostile, and inept justice providers. I think of Maria de Pena from Brazil, Jessica Linehan from the United States, the families of the young women disappeared in Mexico, Brisa Angulo in relation to Bolivia, the family of Dina Carrion, who was killed in Nicaragua. Out of these petitions and cases considered by the Inter-American Commission and the Inter-American Court come important standards that bind member states of the Organization of American States. From the case of Maria de Pena from Brazil, which found that the state had failed to take effective action to protect her and to prosecute her perpetrator, the Brazilian state enacted a law to combat violence against women, and it is in the name of Maria de Pena. From the Dina Carrion Nicaragua case comes a recognition that states must guarantee mechanisms for reporting violence in the domestic sphere, often underreported, since this allows for rapid and effective justice action by the state. In relation to disappearances of women in Ciudad Juarez in Mexico, in the Cotton Fields case, the court found that the state had a positive duty to prevent violence since it was aware of the ongoing risk to the life and integrity of the women once disappeared. In the case of Albarracin from Ecuador, I'm just going to lower my mic. In the case of Albarracin in Ecuador, a case of sexual violence perpetrated by a vice principal in a school against a pupil who later committed suicide, the court established that harmful gender stereotypes tending to blame the victim facilitated the exercise of power to naturalize acts that were inappropriate and contrary to the rights of the adolescent. So these are some cases that interpret and apply the Belém do Pará Convention and focus on the justice system in eliminating the influence of gender bias and harmful stereotypes from the investigative and prosecutorial processes. The Inter-American Human Rights System, Commission has also set standards related to access to justice for reproductive rights. In the case of IV and Bolivia, a case of forced sterilization, the court developed jurisprudence on informed consent and stated that the lack of legal standards to take into account reproductive health care reproductive health can result in a serious impairment of reproductive autonomy and freedom. And recently, in the Beatriz case from El Salvador, and that state still has absolute criminalization on termination, the court established the duty to adopt guidelines for judicial personnel in the case of pregnancies that place the life or health of the mother at risk. So these litigation, these strategic litigation, these challenges of the state come with the active support of women human rights defenders. And so I want to speak a little bit about women human rights defenders as drivers of change. And we define them, we understand them as those women who defend all rights or any rights, and those who defend women's rights. And women rights, human rights defenders are on the front lines of the demand for effective and an independent justice system. They're on the front line of the demand for democracy, for rule of law, and for equitable and sustainable development, including sustainable environmental actions. This activism for accountability makes women rights defenders the targets of attacks that endanger their lives, safety, and restricts their participation. The Commission produced our third report on human rights defenders this year, and it speaks to the exacerbated context of violence in which women human rights defenders face specific risk and intersectional discrimination. And here I'm thinking about criminalization, as with Ruth Lopez from Cristosal in El Salvador, who now has been incarcerated in pretrial detention since May this year. The criminalization of women human rights defenders, the smearing of their reputations, the threats against their life and their safety, all of this is meant to silence and to distract from the violations that they're shining the spotlight on. So finally, I want to say that they persist, and women human rights defenders, all human rights defenders are very powerful drivers of transformation. And we need to do more protection, more resourcing of women human rights defenders and their organizations, and more insistence on state accountability for protection and ending impunity. Solidarity really is it? No, solidarity is all. And as I close, I want to recognize the role of ECLAC, the Gender Equality Program, the role of UN Women and other UN agencies working on gender equality, and of course, the regional Inter-American Human Rights System, as well as the UN Human Rights System. Our tripartite partnership with the state, with civil society organizations, and the multilateral system is important in making change. Let's defend that multilateralism. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Roberta. Muy valiosos los aportes que hace y esa mirada que hace de la justicia para todas. A continuación, vamos a escuchar a Norma Don Juan Pérez, representante de la Coordinadora Nacional de Mujeres Indígenas de México, en representación del Enlace Continental de Mujeres Indígenas de las Américas. Adelante, Norma, la escuchamos.
Kentikatsi, buena tarde para todas, todos y todes. Frente a la persistencia de las violencias estructurales, la discriminación, la falta de respuesta efectiva de los estados y los alarmantes retrocesos en materia de derechos en la región.
In rights in the region, women and youth in the Continental Link of Indigenous Women of the Americas, ECMIA, we have organized ourselves to apply from our own strategies all the work necessary to create evidence, investigation, reflection, analysis, the statement of our identities, the development of economic initiatives to achieve greater autonomy, communication with our own voice, strengthening of the leadership capacities and the education of Indigenous youth, incidents, advocacy vis-a-vis states, sensitization of authorities of Indigenous law and cultural care to survivals of sexual aggressions and healing from the point of view of our peoples. I would like to speak briefly about some strategic actions related with violence and the access to justice that we have promoted from ECMIA in the last 5 years. In 2020, in the framework of the 8th Continental Meeting of ECMIA carried out in Mexico, we invited to a dialogue to generate proposals for the visibilization, denounce, prevention, and care, protection, healing and reparation of different kinds of violence. In this meeting, leaders of ECMIA dialogue discussed with communicators, lawyers, movie makers, defendants of the first line, midwives, indigenous wise women, etc., who contributed to proposals from their own experiences and knowledge. This dialogue allowed us to recognize all the wealth of experience vis-a-vis this violence that we were facing. And this is why in 2021, we have this study, Promising Practice and Intercultural Models Replicable to Prevent and Respond to Violence Against Young Women and Indigenous Girls in Latin America and the Caribbean. Through this study, we visibilize the good practices implemented by the organizations in the different territories, organizations that form ECMIA and allied organizations as well. Based on this study and to underline the work and the capacity of action of organizations of indigenous women to prevent, approach, and eradicate violence and promote the articulation between organizations, we launched CIPECUA, a virtual space initiative of indigenous women against violence. It's not an observatory, but a virtual space that includes all these experiences that we have. And as I mentioned in the beginning, this goes from data generation to care to women survivors of violence. We continue to hold circles of dialogue, and this has allowed us to write documents that we call Indigenous Women Moving Towards Lives Without Violence. We also deepen in experiences and effective strategies to approach with Indigenous males the violence that affects us as women or girls, including the involvement of authorities of Indigenous justice. Based on this dialogue and the mapping and analysis of the state's response, we saw which was the state response to violence and indigenous good practices. We consolidated our political agenda, and collectively we developed strategic guidelines for intercultural and comprehensive policies. Result of this, we have this publication. We have some examples here if someone wants to get acquainted with what is it that we state from the intercultural point of view, thinking about it from a critical perspective and not only functional perspective. In terms of advocacy from ECMIA, we coordinated with the International Forum of Indigenous Women, FIMI. We succeeded in including multiple contributions and priorities of indigenous women and youth in the General Recommendation 39. This recommendation guides the adoption and implementation of measures the states must take as guarantors of rights, access to justice, and pluralistic legal systems. Along the way, we have delved deeper into concepts and proposals that guide us regarding what is it that we want to do and how. For instance, we speak of violences in plural, because for us it's not only physical, but political, social, economic, environmental, epistemological and epistemic, psychological, sexual, gyneco-obstetric, symbolic and spiritual. These forms of violence are systemic, historical, and structural, and their main causes include racism, patriarchy, colonialism, and an economic model based on exploitation. The violation of the collective rights of our peoples exacerbates and intensifies the violences we face as women, and because we are indigenous women, we live this within and out of our families, communities, and territories, as well as in migratory and digital and mobilization context. We speak about access to justices in plural because we speak about the coordination between the indigenous and state justice. We are entitled to choose the justice system that better responds to our situation in different contexts to guarantee our right to lives free of violence. It is fundamental to strengthen both systems, which implies, amongst other things, to sensitize and support indigenous authorities, as well as strengthening our participation in this. In the CSW 70, we have some recommendations that I won't be able to address because of time, but I just want to mention that it is necessary to guarantee the strengthening of indigenous people's own normative and justice systems, ensuring the coordination with the state judicial system under principles of substantive equality, intercultural and gender perspectives, and non-discrimination in accordance with the obligations established in Recommendation 39 of CEDAW. To conclude, I want to underline that we are subjects of right, protagonists of change, and we reaffirm our commitment to continue working for the design, implementation, and consolidation of intercultural, comprehensive, and intergenerational regulatory frameworks and public policies with an intersectional gender and human rights approach that guarantee a life free of violence for all indigenous women, youth, and girls in the Americas. Thank you very much.
Estas reflexiones.
Thank you, Norma, for these thoughts, and thank you for reflections for this approach that's intersectional, intercultural that you have presented. Now we give the floor to Mrs. Monica Soto, Magistrate of the Electoral Tribunal of the Federal Judiciary of Mexico and President of the Gender Equality Observatory of the Global Network for Electoral Justice. Monica, please go ahead. Thank you. Good afternoon. I greet the members of this panel and thank you for the invitation to be part of this special session of regional consultation prior to the 70th meeting. Historically, women have faced contexts of structural inequality, limiting our access to justice and to public representation. To fight this, in Mexico, a legislative branch has driven an agenda of constitutional reforms, among which are the following: reform of 2014, 2019, and 2020, respectively, incorporated gender parity as a constitutional principle for the nomination of candidacies, and the possibility of applying to all political positions of government, collegiate or professionals. And they established the concept of political violence against women because of gender in a homologous manner. Now, the legislative branch or this cannot be separated from the judicial activity in accordance with the spirit of CEDAW 70, underlining access to justice and elimination of violence. The judicial work has been essential to dismantle discriminatory practices and open up space for standards of equality. In this context, the Electoral Tribunal of the Judiciary in Mexico has issued important sentences, among which I will point the following. In 2021, parity was achieved in the Congress of the Union. After 200 years of republic, both in the lower house and the Senate of the Republic, through an interpretation of the Electoral Tribunal that weighed the democratic principle and that of gender parity, demanding that lists should be formed in an alternate manner. And through a sentence, we made an adjustment in order to achieve perfect numerical parity in these instances. That same year, for the first time, the annulment was issued in an indigenous territory because of political violence against a woman candidate. This annulment in elections has not been established, but through an interpretation in accordance with international conventions and constitutional principles, we were able to have this interpretation with gender perspective, with violent glasses, to assume that an election needs to be valid if there is male chauvinist violence against a woman. 2 years later, there was a legislative omission to guarantee the parity as in the presidency of the Republic by the legislative and administrative authorities. That is, the Constitution established parity in everything, but it had to be clear that parity in everything included the presidency of the Republic. We didn't need to use it because President Claudia Sheinbaum arrived to the presidency of majority voting, and therefore there was no need for the Electoral Tribunal to intervene. 1 year later, as to the right to care, measures were adopted to allow electronic voting, especially for those persons with disabilities and primary caregivers. In the electoral process 2023-24, that through a sentence of the upper court, this would be extended to persons to residents in the whole national territory. Finally, in 2025, when the judiciary was elected, the alternating gender positions was considered so as to have parity for the caregivers. And this jurisdictional task is supplemented by a constitutional agenda that is organized in 3 axes that are in harmony with the CSW 70. Axis number 1, link with feminist movements, academia, community networks, and international community, materialized in the activity of public defense. And this defense office has only 2 years since we created it, as I was president of the court, as a response to a civil demand in order to have a specialized defender's office defending women particularly. I can underline the provision of advisory legal services, representation and guidance to women that are potentially subject to violence. It's work for prevention. Also, the awareness creation about the harmful effects in politics and direct link with the international community. We've done this through the World Network of Electoral Justice in the Gender Observatory, and I have the honor to preside now, and together with the Association of Electoral Magistrates of the Americas that I chair as well in this mandate, and with whom we've established an important network so as to cross-sectionally encompass all the countries of Latin America and projects of awareness creation, but at the same time putting a stop to violence of women and inclusion of all. About this task, I invite you to review the 8 products that have been developed in the Observatory of Gender Equality in the World Network of Electoral Justice, among which is the guide for and methodology of observation of electoral jurisprudence with a gender perspective. Axis number 2, transparency, accountability, citizen participation, and visibility of structural inequality of CSW this year, 2 protocols for prevention and action in cases of discrimination, violence, or harassment, as well as the implementation of the guide for the use of language and communication that's all inclusive, non-sexist, and accessible in official texts and communiques. We have also aligned our work to this access, and therefore, in this access, we've implemented a policy of closeness to childhood. Therefore, it's important for the Electoral Tribunal, through our Gender Equality section and National Affairs, we've worked focusing in childhood and youth through the Children Electoral Tribunal and Listening Program. This program was implemented instead of conversational or dialogue. It was changed to the name of Participation of Girls and Youth to Listen to Them. And therefore, we've had this coming together of electoral principles and equality for many, many children and 592 youth. As to axis number 3, integration of the gender, intersectional, and intercultural perspective in the promotion and protection of human rights of women defenders of human rights. In this axis, at the tribunal, we've worked very intensely in providing courses to women, to persons with disability, to elderly citizens, populations of sexual diversity, in order to promote their roles as defenders of human rights. Also, it includes publications like the Violent Constitution of the United Mexican States, and we have tried to teach and color in violet the constitutional articles that protect the rights of women, and in orange those that have to do with the protection for gender violence. We have also worked setting up networks with defenders of the rights of women. We have a network, and in that there is a representative from at least each federal entity of our country. And we have a group from this network of defenders, which is the network of trainers of other defenders. We have 2 annual meetings where the Electoral Tribunal brings all the defenders together, and thus we prepare and draft agendas promoting rights to inclusion and girls and youth in priority subjects like those of CSW. In sum, legislative, judicial, and institutional progress have a dialogue with these priority subjects of CSW 70 in access to justice, elimination of violence, and full participation in public life. In this path ahead, it's very necessary to continue driving all these efforts that will consider judiciary as a transformative agent that will transform the reality of women, contributing to equality. We believe it is a pillar guaranteeing human rights of girls, women, adolescents. That's all I need to say.
Gracias a todas las panelistas.
Thank you to all panel members for your interventions. We congratulate you for all this progress, for all the contributions, for all the many strategies and drivers that really are tools and best practices, benchmarks for the whole region. Now we will open a debate and have interventions from delegations, beginning with delegations from governments. and then followed by UN organizations and then civil society. Those that are in the room, please raise your tags, and those who are online, please do it raising your hands.
Damos la palabra a Chile.
Chile has the floor. Thank you, dear moderator, Madam Chair, delegates and organizations of civil society. From Chile, we value and we thank all the efforts to advance towards a regional, common and robust position vis-a-vis CCW70 based on normative standards and justice systems, eliminating discrimination, guaranteeing effective access to justice for women and girls in all their diversity, fully incorporating the intersectional and intercultural approach. We want to underline that access to justice for women, girls, and adolescents calls for simultaneous normative and institutional drivers, but in normative, as the minister said, we've made progress in many laws, like the comprehensive law, Karim law, parental responsibility law, and we have articulated the response of the state for it to be as integral, comprehensive as possible, and will ensure the non-re-victimization. We have a plan of equality and a plan of access to paths free of violence, both with targets to achieve effective access to justice. But for girls and adolescents to really access justice, it's not enough with laws and services. We need a structural change in how they understand violence, that this may be identified timely, and at least trust that you will be heard and listened when you report. In the last survey of youth of Chile, 12% considers that at some point women provoke or generate violence of a couple. Therefore, we have had campaigns addressing the youth designed and with their own languages and platforms in order to challenge those discourses and offering concrete tools to prevent violence, gender violence. We need the youth committed to equality and non-violence. The transformative energy is key so as to move forward and not backward. This challenge is collective to make sure that all women, girls, and adolescents will access justice in a solid, coordinated, and non-discriminatory system. Thank you very much.
I thank Chile. And now, in the hall, we recognize Mexico. Thank you, moderator. And first of all, recognition and thanks to the panelists, especially my compatriots, Norma and Juan, the Magistrate Soto, and a very special recognition to Roberta Clark for the very important legacy built over this time at the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights. Undoubtedly, we will miss you greatly, Commissioner. In Mexico, the time of women has to do with the pending matter, access to justice. Reparation of the harm, access, and continue to be pending to make our right to a life free of violence effective. And speaking of substantive equalities, to speak of social justice, and so we are very pleased to speak of some of the good practices that we are implementing. We have so far set up 658 centers free throughout the country with an investment of almost $40 million a year. These centers seek to offer integral care, legal accompanying, and also therapy for those experiencing violence, as well as promoting rights, economic autonomy, and support among women. At the end of the 6 years, President Obama said that there should be at least one center in each municipality in the country. And we also implemented the network Lawyers for Women to represent and litigate in favor of access to justice for women, girls, and adolescents. There is a coordinated and articulated response that includes early warning of risk, extension of justice centers for women, special shelters, mobile units, measures of protection, and other components of an ample institutional ecosystem that has been strengthened with programs of the integral care for the well-being of women and the line for the well-being of women, as well as in close cooperation with the Office of the Prosecutors and the Judiciary to further the duties of the state in terms of addressing victims and protecting the victims. The Supreme Court of Justice, as has been said, has a protocol for judging with the gender perspective, a pioneering tool. It is a constitutional obligation for all magistrates, and in 22 theses and 86 precedents, and in 2022 they are updated to judge with a gender preference and identity and gender expression as well as sexual characteristics. Today in the Supreme Court there are more than 40 indigenous women working as well as Afro-Americans in key positions so that justice may be approached from an intersectional viewpoint. And so Mexico reaffirms its commitment to the happiness of women, girls, and adolescents at all ages. Thank you. I thank the delegate of Mexico and now recognize online the delegation of Venezuela.
Venezuela.
Venezuela, can you hear us? We cannot hear you. Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Yes, now yes, please go ahead. Well, good afternoon, representatives of the presiding officers and delegates of government and civil society. A warm greeting from our constitutional president, Nicolás Maduro Moros, and our Minister of the People's Power for Women's and Gender, Alexina Riera. At the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, there is a model of state that places women at the heart of family and community life. Today, we share our experiences in the construction of drivers of change that are very concrete to ensure the rights of women, adolescents, and girls to access timely, sensitive, and transformative justice. Our model is sustained on three fundamental pillars based from the community to institutional levels. First of all, the organized strength of community defenders with a gender perspective. This is a social movement formed by more than 16,000 community defenders in the territories and backed by 3,545 trainers and certifiers and accompanied by 2,500 assistants. They are the first bridge and network of support between the victims and justice, applying a feminist gender approach and also human rights. Their task goes beyond just accompanying, but they are agents of cultural transformation that dismantle chauvinism and naturalized violence and promote equitable relations. And second, a regulatory framework that is revolutionary and enabling. Our Constitution of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, the organic law, the plan of the 7 major transformations, and 28 laws with a gender approach, highlighting the organic law on the right of women to a life free of violence, recognize the protagonical role of the community. The law on transfer to people's power allows us to manage justice at a local level with 24 technical panels on gender justice in 23 states, articulating institutions, the organized people through a territorialization system for the promotion, protection, and ensuring the human rights of women and families, having a direct impact on 3,780 communes and 15,978 community councils. Third, the a social office controller and institutional control, defenders not only accompany but also ensure that the system responds. We have formed 1,652 peace judges and also physicians with a gender perspective, creating a national network for sensitive and timely care. Only in the last year, we have had an impact of more than 300,000 women through these days, special days, conversations showing that justice can be built also with prevention. This is key to bring active information to the support networks and make sure that no woman is left alone in the face of violence. All of this system for access to justice has been done despite the 1,044 coercive unilateral measures imposed against our people and are a structural barrier for the women's adolescent and girls' access to justice as a human right. And that is why we insist that the draft agreements of the presiding office should consider the inclusion of the operational paragraph 46 of the Tlatelolco commitment, ensuring that all forms of violence be considered structural ones and ensuring concrete action in order to achieve substantive equality. The slogan is together, live and united, express the collective commitment to accompany all women. In Venezuela, we're convinced that gender justice is an irrevocable path towards peace and full life. Thank you. Well, I thank the delegate of Venezuela, and now we open up for interventions by UN agencies. We also remind you that you have 2 minutes for your interventions.
Al no haber intervenciones,
If there are no requests for the floor, we will move on to the civil society. You may now request the floor if you so wish.
me indican que tampoco hay.
I'm told that there are no interventions by the civil society. Yes, there are, it seems.
¿Aló?
Sí, adelante.
Muy buenas tardes, muchas
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity. My name is Laura Vial. I come on behalf of the organization of the Meeting of Youth Frescasu, and I would like to dedicate a few words to women who have defended their territories and communities, women who day to day face different forms of violence, and nevertheless, they are committed to care for their communities and social fabric and protection of the world biodiversity. We recognize and greatly appreciate progress made in the policies that protect our defenders and call to strengthen these policies even more, especially mechanisms for the prevention of violence, so that never again may a woman die or be disappeared for having defended life. And also we urge all civil society organizations, UN agencies and governments to express and raise their voice in favor of social environmental justice. An ecosystem under threat not only means an irreparable loss of a biological and cultural heritage, but it means that there is a community that is falling apart when there are children that must stop going to school due to intoxication, pollution, and workers whose health is exposed and now never more than ever before have cancer or other terminal or chronic disease. The need for care is multiplied. Those who play with for the broken dishes are the women. Chilean girls who live in areas of sacrifice have the highest rate of school dropout anywhere, and also the need to stay at home to care for others. And in this way, we are feeding a vicious circle of violence that affects us all in a differentiated manner and places us in a more vulnerable position. And it is our duty as a society to not move back with our rights and act in order to achieve social environmental justice with an inclusive approach, intersectional and intercultural. I invite everyone here to collaborate effectively with organizations of the civil society, just for example, for youth and so many others that seek to reduce gender gaps through social environmental struggle. Cross-cutting collaboration is our only alternative. Thank you very much. I thank the delegate for your intervention. And now, if there is another request, yes, please go ahead. Good afternoon. Constanza Diaz and I direct the NGO Technology with a Woman's Name. And we specialize in teaching, programming, innovation, and entrepreneurship to girls and adolescents with an ethical and care approach. One of the factors that we see is that in Latin America in general, there are no policies for educational inclusion and development among teachers, and that may bring young people, particularly girls, towards this industrial revolution that we are amidst, and that for them to understand both programming, but today above all AI, and how this is having an impact on the life of young people and adolescents, especially women, who are the victims of 80% of the sexual violence that occurs in digital media. Today, more than ever before, it is absolutely relevant for these topics to be raised, and that we see not only what happens in the analogous world, we need to bring girls to a stadium where they understand not only from the viewpoint of users, but from the viewpoint of the creation of technology. Globally, we must begin to see technology as the tool that will allow us to somehow towards development, and women cannot be absent, especially girls. The labor gap today, or in the last few months, a study came out showing that women in Chile are more harmed after having gone to university than their male peers, because what they are choosing as studies are not profitable neither for them nor are any good to sustain a home. We need to change this for girls, and only last year and the previous year, we're seeing more than 10,000 girls that are literate in Chile, thanks to support by CENIA, the National Center for AI, and they are learning to not only use AI, but are learning to use and program AI. And that is the core that we have today, the digitalization of women and entering a digital labor world. Thank you. Thank you. Well, I thank the delegate of technology with the name of a woman, and now hand over to Mariana Yacola.
Hola, buenas tardes a todos y a todas. No iba a hablar, yo no me tocaba ninguna intervención ahora, pero realmente me emocioné, digo, no como Mariana de la Comunidad Internacional de Mujeres con VIH, ni del Comité de Redes Regional Feminista y Organizaciones de Mujeres, sino como vecina. Digo, hace más de 3 años que estoy observando una situación de violencia en el barrio. Y pensando ahora en el acceso a la justicia, no soy de emocionarme cuando hablo ni nada, pero digo, Hice todo lo posible, soy trabajadora social, trabajé 15 años en el sistema educativo en la provincia de Buenos Aires y no se logra resolver un caso de violencia que hay al lado de mi casa, que sería atrás, y digo como todo lo que hacemos, ¿no? Desde todas las secretarías y el sistema de justicia y nosotras, las redes y las organizaciones. Y este es un caso con abuso sexual infantil, violencia de parte de una pareja, de un abuelo. Yo escucho los gritos todos los días y digo, yo, Mariana, no soy doña Mariana de al lado, soy Mariana, feminista, empoderada, con un montón de herramientas y tengo miedo de ir a denunciar, porque además la recomendación es que no denuncie porque estoy en la pared de al lado. O sea, porque es muy probable que si llega una denuncia, ¿quién puede llegar a denunciar? Ninguna de las vecinas se anima a denunciar. Entonces, estuvimos hablando toda esta sesión del acceso a la justicia y todos nosotros y los equipos técnicos y Naciones Unidas estamos siempre pensando, ¿no? Como en lo macro, quienes estamos trabajando
in the macro, working in the territories, are working in a social orientations team. Sometimes you feel depleted, sometimes you feel that you cannot do anything. It's a very specific case. I hear children cry and shout and say something very serious, calling the police at 2 o'clock in the morning 3 times a week, nothing happens. What happened with this translation of access to justice? Because we have the devices, we have the judicial poll. In the educational system, if this girl does not report that she's been abused, and even though the social worker can write down and report the claim to the police, it's stopped. It's a presumption of violence or abuse, but the police go 500 times to the house, and if they don't open up, this is something, a real case, going on for 2 years, with shouts of children that are being abused. You call the police, if they don't open the door, nothing happens. What does this mean about access to justice? This happened in my neighbor house, but it happens in a lot of quarter popular. When you listen to people crying or shouting, no, I'm better not report, because me as a feminist empowered, me, I have all the tools. I will have to move if I report, because at some given time, the people will know that I reported, so I will have to move from my house. We, the government and the United Nations, when we discuss this access to justice for these extreme cases in feminicide, I intervened in 2 cases for 25 years of violence. When I finally, the women, the women report, and then she started crying and say, if I report, my husband told me that she will put me on fire. Are you going to be there? No, there was the immediate case that she must be removed from her home. It's just a reflection. I know it's very terrible. We work in every single day in the topic of access to justice and content. In cases of violence, we need to work with mental health, but it's a debt, a pending debt, real, actual access to justice with those people that do not reach any system. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mariana. And from now, and we will be closing this part and panel. And I think this has been very rich and fruitful thoughts that on the one side shows all the progress, all the processes in which we have contributing, but also opportunities to continue to build, considering all the challenges that we have ahead in the different countries. And also to close, to speak about the importance, and there was a lot of coincidence, the idea of awareness, education, the need for changing stereotypes, patterns, and paradigms in order to advance to timely, accessible, opportune responses for every woman and adolescent and girl. The other point discussed has been the relevance and of the role of the different sectors, state, civil society, feminist, also the issue of defender of human rights, strategic litigation as a tool that has very opportune, and also the issue of the need for reforming regulatory framework and have laws in the justice system that agree with the real needs of women and the different realities linked to this intersectionality and territorial consideration. Thank you very much to all of you. And now we will give continuity to today's agenda. Thank you to Director Alvarado for the moderation of this panel. Thanks very much to all of the person and members of the panels, and also the voice, very valuable voice of representatives from feminist and social organizations. Now we are reaching the closure of this presiding officers meeting, but there is an essential point that we have mentioned a few times, the question of funding, not only funding for transformation system, but funding for those that are activating in the territory and the different spaces actions towards improving the quality of life of women and girls. Now we want to present the report on the regional fund to support women and feminist organization and movement. We will do it together with UN Women, in this case with our beloved companion Cecilia Alemany, who will be presenting by ONU Mujeres, and then the report presented by Mexico in its capacity of the chair of the presiding officers meeting. We want to comment to all those present around here, and particularly to delegates of government who are the members of the presiding officers, that the regional fund to support women and feminist organization and movement is an innovative initiative resulting from the collaboration of women and feminist organization and the government of the region in the framework of meeting held in the conference with the support of the United Nations system. Currently, faced to the challenges of our region, it is essential to recognize and empower through the fund the key role of feminist and women organizations in the decade for action in Latin America and the Caribbean to accelerate the achievement of substantive equality by transformation in the political, social, cultural, and environmental field, as agreed in the Tlatelolco Commitment. The creation of the regional fund to support women's and feminist organization of LAC is a commitment from the work of the conference and these presiding officers. In the committee, we encourage the government of LAC and other regions to and the organization, funds, and United Nations program and other relevant stakeholders to provide funding for sustainability of the regional fund to support women and feminist organizations. This innovative initiative in its approach defined a multi-sectoral segment with the purpose of providing support to feminist and women organizations that are present in Latin America and the Caribbean, with the approach to support organization and movement which mission is to deal with structural inequality and move toward gender equality and autonomy of women. It is important to highlight that thanks to the voluntary contribution, 3 meetings have been held. The first one was from November 21-23. Regional fund received 250 applications from countries of the region. The second invitation in November 30, 19, until January 24, we received over 1,000 applications from countries. The third invitation from September 3rd, 2025 up to October 12, 2025, we received 883 applications from 25 countries. The fund has reinforced the work of 35 organizations from 13 countries of Latin America and the Caribbean so far. And UN Women, as administrator, in its presentation, will share detailed information about those organizations. Regarding the governance of the regional fund, let me highlight that it is made up of a board chaired by Mexico, including representatives from government, organization, network, and feminist organization and movement, and ICLAC. Also, they have a secretariat made up by representatives from government and women's organization, along with the regional office for Latin America and the Caribbean of UN Women that administer the regional fund. The board is made up by Mexico as a chair of the presiding officers of the Regional Conference on Women of Latin America and Caribbean, and may have 4 members of government that express their interest in participating, and up to 4 representatives of women's and feminist organization, and ICLAC as a member without voice but without the right to vote. The Secretariat of the Fund is responsible for the technical administrative of the fund, and is integrated by Mexico by representative of donor country with a maximum of 2 representation and a maximum of 3 representation from women's and feminist organization and UN Women in its capacity as administration. The Secretary circulated in November 30th a communication with this background information and invited government to join the governance of the regional fund to support women and feminist organizations, be it as a member of the board or a member of the Secretariat. During this period and up to the 17th Regional Conference on Women for Latin America and the Caribbean in 2028 that will be held in Colombia. We are going to visit our sisters and brothers in Colombia. We thank for those who have expressed the interest for participating. Chile, that has expressed their interest to participate in the presiding officer. Thank you, Chile, for their willingness to join. And also we want to call other countries that have the willingness to participate in this initiative.
Perdón.
And someone who got ahead of us and raised their hand and said, it couldn't be otherwise, Mónica Javier from Uruguay.
Así que estamos.
So Mexico, Uruguay, Chile, welcome to the initiatives.
De los otros países.
We welcome the initiatives of the other countries to join these institutions of the fund. Now I would like to offer the floor to Cecilia Alemani, who will give us a report about the administration of the fund, which is in the hands of UN Women. Dear Cecilia, you have the floor. Thank you very much. It is an honor to participate online and to listen to all the sessions of this new presiding officers meeting of our regional conference that has this new name after Tlatelolco. Thank you to ECLAC and thank you to the members of the regional fund that have given us thrust to this innovative mechanism. All the representatives from organizations and networks, feminist of the region. Mariana, I think you will speak in representation of those who form the board of the fund. I think you gave much of the important information. I'll try not to repeat, but maybe go into some details for those who do not know the history of the fund and its roles. Of course, I applaud the delegations and the governments that will join the fund. The fund in itself is an innovative mechanism, as Gabriela said. It is innovative because it's a multi-stakeholder fund, and also it came up from the regional conference on women, and it's an instrument that comes from the regional women's agenda, or gender agenda. Besides accountability, institutionality, national one, as we've heard the delegation these 2 days, specific consultations, implementation of the Tlatelolco commitment. This type of instrument or tool, when we build it collectively in an intergovernmental setting, but requested by the civil society and managed from within ECLAC and with the support of UN Women, when we speak about innovating in financing and articulation, we can use this as an example. It is a challenge for the fund to respond to the demand, and Gabriela was mentioning the 3 previous callings. From the beginning, the purpose is to strengthen feminist and women's networks in the region and their role in the promotion of gender equality in a context where the financing for the development, the financing of international cooperation for development, the funding is moving backwards, not only in the region, but around the world. So the networks of women are suffering today, and probably in 2025 things have been worse than what we anticipated when we launched this calling in Tlatelolco, the 3rd calling, as you said, Gabriela. So besides welcoming those that are coming in now, that are interested in participating in the board and the secretariat, we make a calling again regarding Article 3374, and the states of the region committed themselves to provide financing for these purposes. And we encourage the governments of Latin America and the Caribbean and other regions and other agencies to also contribute with financial resources for this regional fund. In practice, the fund is born in this cycle and it is financed with funds that come from the government of Mexico in the beginning, from the National Institute of Women and UN Women, and in its 2nd edition, voluntary contributions from the government of Mexico also, and with support from UN Women before its transition to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, as well as the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Colombia. And we have contributed with funds from UN Women, thanks to Luxembourg and the European Union. With these resources, the program with Luxembourg and with the European Union, we are financing this 3rd calling that we launched at the end of the conference in Tlatelolco, and that is coming to its last part, as Gabriela mentioned. Since mid-October, we've been analyzing 900 proposals, almost 883 from all the region. The volume, of course, it goes beyond the capacity to finance that we have, and also it goes beyond the expectations that exist. In the first and second calling, we had over 1,000 proposals, and we are materializing financing to a short list of organizations of the civil society, and there are many with very good proposals that comply with the requirements, but we can't finance them until we have new resources. We've presented our accounts to the board. We've given administration reports, results reports, and also results of the proposal. These are small donations, but they allow many times to make the difference in the capacity strengthening and advocacy capacity of the organizations in the region. The procedures and standards of UN Women are applied, socialization sessions to allow a better application. We've achieved this in the last two callings. And as of this year, we have an online form to apply, which is a single mechanism to receive proposals. It is an advance because in that way we can centralize the information, but it is also a challenge for many organizations to be able to have the necessary accompaniment to apply online. Connectivity problems sometimes requires a period of adaptation. Of these 900 proposals we received, the resources we have available for the third calling are those that come from UN Women in cooperation with the government of Luxembourg and the European Union. Of the 883 proposals or requirements, we applied a first selection filter. 140 organizations fulfill all the formal criteria and are a part of a first long list, and about 198 of these proposals aim towards the elimination of violence against women and girls. So evidently these organizations that in many times are the first line of response to violence survivors have a difficulty to access resources. And 41 are related with the environmental action and climate action. We are right now in the final phase of verification, reviewing the legal documentation of the organizations, and what we hope with the $250,000 in all, we hope to finance I'm sorry, but the sound went off, which is said the number of organizations. But we will come to a final list and that will be validated to the board of the fund, and then we will publish the regional fund. Finally, give small subsidies, but the idea was never to finance projects, but to be a lever for the sustainability of the movements. Today, we believe it would be an opportunity to, with all the other organizations, the United Nations system. I'm sorry, but the sound goes and comes. We have an innovative mechanism with transparency practices, and we hope it will continue to grow. The demand is high. We have a big list, as you can imagine, of 120 organizations that fulfill the requirements and that if we had more contributions, maybe we could finance more in the coming months if we had more funds. And we will have a fourth calling the next year. Thank you very much for your time and for the possibility of sharing this point of view from the administration. It is an honor for UN Women to help with this mechanism. We hope this will be the beginning and the seed of a broader regional fund. Thank you for the opportunity.
Gracias,
Thank you, Cecilia. We thank Mariana Iacono as representative of organizations and networks of women and feminists that form the network and form the regional fund. Thank you very much again. I had a spoiler. This is what we've been discussing with the board. How are we going to do to have more resources in the fund? This year, we spoke about what can we do for the conferences, the regional conference, where we are. How could we have an engineering, a lobbying mechanism to look for resources from the government? When we are in the population and development, we should have 5, 6 holding meetings and meetings and meetings and trying to convince the governments to provide money to support the fund and then to be able to support the agendas that we want to finance. We imagine like a sexual fantasy that every government will give money and there will be a contest amongst the countries. Mexico gives this, Chile gives this, Colombia gives that. It hasn't happened yet, but maybe one day it will happen. At some point in time, we would like to work with UN Women and ECLAC to build that engineering. There will be 10, 15, 5 in this conference, in these high-level meetings, and program schedule meetings with the countries to try to convince them. Now we have 3 more countries in the board. How could we collect funds from them? But we can think about other funds. We have the private entities that are another party that we could see how we convince in these other spaces where we are. We participate in many global conferences when we have philanthropic organizations, private parties. So if we had an engineering that would allow us to say, we have a mechanism, let us discuss with someone, for instance, in Sevilla in July, let us do this engineering of piranhas to look for resources for the fund. UN Women and ECLAC are looking for resources, but we from the organizations of the civil society should be looking for resources too, to have more resources because it's the 3rd calling, next year the 4th calling, but we want much more than what has been possible so far. We have a call to action to international cooperation from the board of directors of the civil society, an urgent commitment with feminist organizations and women's organizations in the region. We need equitable access to resources, paying attention to groups that work in territories. We need articulation to promote synergies between feminist organizations and international organizations and recognition of feminist leaderships to assure the implementation of policies and development programs. When we thought about the fund from the Conference for Women, we thought it with organizations that do not have everything perfect. Some colleagues are left outside and cannot receive the resources to defend human rights and prevent and eradicate violence. So, well, that's a bit of the panorama. I hope we can create this lobbying engineering to look for resources in the spaces we'll have in 2026 to have a larger fund the countries present here. If you have resources to support the fund, you will be welcomed. Now, Papa Noel is coming, Mama Noel is coming. We will thank you from the fund if you have something to contribute with.
Thank you, Mariana. And so now we open the floor for interventions from different delegations. So we start with the representative of Uruguay. Yes, very briefly, but to join the optimism of Mariana, in addition to the support to an institution that it's not only creative, but very just. And although the aspiration is to try to cover and meet all demands, I believe it's difficult, but help those that have less, I think that already would be continuing with the task of the fund that has been most important. Now, for us, it is a matter of great pride to join and provide all of the effort possible for this to work in the best manner possible and thus bring in others. Thank you, Uruguay. Now, Colombia, Representative of Colombia. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, UN Women, for the presentation. Colombia appreciates the presentation of the report on the Regional Fund of Support Women and feminist organizations and movements. It's essential to strengthen democracy and to guarantee that regional agenda of gender equality may have a robust, diverse, and active social basis. Feminist organizations historically have been the driver of most significant transformations on equality in our region. Thanks to them, we have expanded rights, made visible violence, and sustained the continuity of public policies, even in contexts of backwardness. This fund concretely recognizes the central role of your organizations and fulfill a task in defending human rights, political innovation, and Colombia considers indispensable to boost and reinforce this instrument, expand its financial capacity, have greater territorial coverage, and guarantee that resources will reach out to those groups that are rural, indigenous, Afro-descending, young women, women with disabilities, and migrants that usually face very high barriers to access to international support, as it has been said before. Respected colleagues, the regional context requests that we should act with a strategic view. Feminist movements are facing growing threats, harassment, digital violence, criminalization, and reduction of civic spaces. For that reason, this fund not only should promote participation in incidents, but also the protection of defenders of human rights. And this involves emotional, psychic, physical protection. And Colombia expresses its interest in continuing being part of the board of the regional board of the fund in the next term. We deeply value the role played by this space to strategically guide the priorities of the fund and guarantee that its governance will reflect the voices and diversity of the many feminist voices in the region. It is a fundamental opportunity to strengthen the regional incidence and ensure the continuity of a robust feminist agenda aligned with the principles of our foreign feminist policy. Colombia proposes to strengthen transparency, participation, accountability aspects of the fund, and thus the criteria will include an intersectional and territorial approach we deem indispensable to promote monitoring and evaluation strategies allowing to evaluate the impact of projects financed and feedback on decision-making processes. Thank you.
Agradecemos mucho Uruguay.
Thank you, Uruguay, Colombia, and Chile. And if someone would like to present a comment later or representations of governments will be most welcome.
Bueno, vamos por cerrar este.
Now we are to close this session, and before the official closing session, I would like to take a few minutes to highlight important agreements of this presiding officers. First, facilitate and congratulate the enriching dialogue we've had during this day of the presiding officers meeting, contributes to deliberations to the 70th period and session, and the subject will be to guarantee access to justice for women and girls. Particularly, I'd like to highlight the importance of ratifying once again the full enforcement of commitments assumed by member states of the Regional Conference on Women of Latin America and the Caribbean that are part of the regional gender agenda, and it is precisely the Tlatelolco commitment, a decade of action for substantive gender equality and society of care approved in August of this year. And also this joins other international and regional commitments in matters of human rights, of women and gender equality, in order to guarantee and strengthen access to justice for all women and girls, and reaffirm the commitment with the acceleration of the full effective implementation through the different follow-up initiatives we discussed yesterday. I would like to underscore that for Government of Mexico, it will be a pleasure to present the Tlatelolco commitment and agreements adopted as a contribution of Latin America and the Caribbean to the deliberations of CCW 70. It's key that as member states of ECLAC, and particularly Government of Costa Rica, on behalf of the group of states of Latin America and the Caribbean, the presiding officers of the legal and social condition of women, we may disseminate the regional gender agenda and designed for guaranteeing access to justice for women and girls in our next meeting in New York. We celebrate the update of the governance of the fund until the next regional conference on Women of America and the Caribbean under the leadership of Mexico, and it will be a great pleasure to prepare the relay for Colombia. And lastly, within this roundtable, we've highlighted the commitment of promoting renewed, inclusive and effective multilateralism, reiterating support to the UN system and international agencies, and reaffirming that gender equality and the building of the society of care are crucial pillars to guarantee the rights of all women and girls. We have a lot to do, and that is not a matter of fear, but rather we must be alert and especially accompanying each other. And this will be a message to civil society and feminist organizations. And this is that we cannot leave the streets, the squares, nor the institutions, never leave them. I say, look, basic rule of physics, no space can be empty. It will depend on us how we can fill out those spaces. For us, it has been a pleasure to chair and lead this presiding officers meeting. And with these great agreements, let us continue working, and we will now move to the closing session of this 67th meeting of the presiding officers of the Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean. The text you have there on your table was distributed on November. Only paragraph 24 has been modified, where Chile and Uruguay have been incorporated as member of the funds. And after the presentation of the president, we can interpret that agreements have been approved. Yes, please, the hammer with your left hand.
Bueno, de este modo entonces pasamos.
So in this way, we move on to the closing session of the 67th meeting of the presiding officers of the Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean. And with this, I recognize Anna Westmis to begin this ceremony.
Bueno, señoras ministras, representantes.
Madam Ministers, representatives of member states of ECLAC, representatives of agencies, funds, and programs of the United Nations system, of international agencies of cooperation, dear representatives of civil society, organization, and feminist movements, dear friends of academia, of the media that you have been with us, delegates here in the hall, Viviana Ido, I greet her, Regional Director of the Americas and the Caribbean, Andela Rivadeneira, and Secretary of Women of Mexico. We close these days on time with fruitful work of the 67th meeting
de la Conferencia Regional sobre
67th meeting of the presiding officers of the Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean, convinced that this time is one of gender equality to move forward towards a society of care. The region is treading along the right path. It is highly heterogeneous, but at the same time, we need to accelerate. We need greater speed in action and face challenges that, as has been pointed out these days, there are many faces, the faces of the neighbors, of the friends, of the countries moving back, and the countries moving forward, the face of multilateralism that is being renewed in all of these spaces. I reaffirm the importance of translating our consensus into concrete progress, strengthen social dialogue, consolidate public policies, enrich governance, promote cultural changes, and promote an international effective cooperation, ensure sufficient financing for mechanisms, for movements, for equality policies, and for it to be sustainable, and continue breaking the statistical silence. We have the Tlatelolco commitment as our guide, and a decade of action that will guide this collective effort. As Paula Yanez was saying this morning, this is the time of bringing the paper to the skin, to the realities, our realities. Yesterday, the chair submitted a roadmap for the next 3 years, and it has been very, very interesting and encouraging to take note of the different actions that states have shared in order to implement the Tlatelolco agreement. You can count on ECLAC as secretariat jointly with UN Women, with the whole system of the United Nations for accompanying the implementation of your initiatives.
We were also privileged to hear and having a segment on Redoc and Paxi Toledo, two of the four experts from Latin America and the Caribbean of the CEDAW committee, in particular on the draft General Recommendation 41 on gender stereotypes. We are sure that this synergy is key to move ahead with the full guarantee of women in their diversity, considering that all states of Latin America and the Caribbean have ratified CEDAW, which is a very important convention, and that encompasses our work. And so we end the day with one of the first actions, concrete actions, the Regional Pact for Care in Latin America and the Caribbean and the EU. This is one of the initiatives that the chair has welcomed to develop during 2026. Today, we had a special session consultation prior to the 70th period of sessions of the Commission of the Legal and Social Condition of Women that we will be holding in March next year, and collectively analyze the challenges to ensure access to justice for women, girls, and reflect on the progress made and what is still to be done with regard to regulatory frameworks and institutional barriers for access by women to justice. And also we've exchanged regarding the change drivers, national experiences that make up the regional position in relation to CSW. And lastly, we've ended the meeting with progress relative to the appointment of governance of the Regional Fund for feminist movements and organizations. That is, we have governance, and now what we need, as the civil society has reminded us, we need to finance the fund and make it far more sustainable for the next decade. And so therefore we reiterate our invitation to strengthen its sustainability. This meeting has been not only fruitful, but a milestone on the path to consolidating the shared vision and sustain this relationship that we have constructed with UN Women in recent years, so that they as Secretariat and we as the Secretariat for the conference may amplify far more the voice of the region and bring these agreements to the global sphere. This meeting of presiding officers of the Regional Conference on Women has enjoyed participation by 24 delegations, ECLAC member states, and more than 200 representations of international agencies and civil society organizations. All in all, there have been 134 participants in person and online, 120. On behalf of the Executive Secretary of ECLAC, I would like to express my deep gratitude to all delegations, to all persons who have taken part and have made it possible once again that we meet in recognizing the value of this multilateral space, by now a heritage of the meeting. I would like to extend my thanks to those who have made it possible. First of all, the Office of the Executive Secretariat, the Secretariat of the Commission, headed by my colleague Luis Yanez, and the conference unit division that have accompanied us, and also with publications and documents who are with us here in the room, the Public Information Unit, and the section of information technology and communications, and also security and safeguarding section, and my super team, my team at the Division of Gender Affairs at ECLAC, because we have all been here with much affection and warmth working for all of this to happen. And also, I thank UN Women and all UN Women teams for their constant disposition to work jointly and joining efforts and visions in order to move towards shared goals with regard to gender equity and the care society. And once again, welcoming Viviana Ido, our first conference on women. As the director, of course. And so I would like to close by saying that moving towards a society of care is not only possible, but essential. It is being done in this region. The next decade will be determinant for this drive. The region needs to act today, sowing hope and achieving it requires of intergenerational collective action. This call is not only urgent, but unavoidable. And once again, reiterating that our regional conference in Tlatelolco sent a message, a very powerful message to the world. Multilateralism, when sustained and when there is conviction, when it is part of your memory, of your vision of the future, collaboration and constructive dialogue is able to transform realities. Since Tlatelolco, a commitment was shaped, has become a compass, a spirit that walks with us towards substantive equality and the society of care. This spirit reminds us that our region may choose its destiny when it advances together. At a time when multilateralism is under threat, this region reaffirms that cooperation, dialogue, the search for peaceful dispute settlement and collective decisions are in fact tools that we cannot renounce in order to sustain progress, defend rights, and build this common future. And also the Tlatelolco commitment gave a clear message, the decisive role to be played by the region in promoting gender equality and ensuring gender equality within multilateralism. Let us then walk with Tlatelolco as our navigation map, with substantive gender equality and the society of care as a near horizon, and multilateralism as a tool for our common goals. And I end by quoting the girls present at our conference and their pronouncement in common, collectively: if care is fair, the future is ours. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Anna. Now, Viviana Almagro, the Regional Director for Women. Thank you very much, Luis. Thank you, Anna. And also thank you very much for being with us in these 2 days of the presiding officers here in this room, as well as those who were with us online. My sincere thanks to Gabriela Rivadeneira, Director General for Technical Cooperation of the Secretariat for Women of Mexico, as Chair of Presiding Officers, and Ambassador Jennifer Fayer. Thank you very much for your feminist leadership with whom you have taken on the chair of the presiding officers, and also recognition to the ECLAC team who always welcome us with open arms. And thank you for this effective partnership, so virtuous, and recognition to the Executive Secretary of ECLAC, Jose Manuel Salazar, the Secretary of the Commission, Luis Yanez, and also the Director of Gender Affairs, my dear Ana Guesmes. Thank you for your leadership, and I thank you and your team. And also my thanks to my team, UN Women, Monica Pisani, Viviana Rosero, Barbara Ortiz, and Leatander Assesi, who has been with us also online, and Villa Alemani, and also the teams at the regional office as well as the Chile country office. So thank you all for your work and your constant commitment. And we end this meeting of presiding officers, as my dear Anna Westminster was saying, with the satisfaction not only of having shared with all of you a space for substantive work, where we have been able to share experience and extend our knowledge regarding certain topics, but also we continue to consolidate this intergovernment space to move ahead in our commitment to the human rights of women, girls, and adolescents in the region. This has been very inspiring. Excellent presentations. I thank all ministers and top authorities of mechanisms for the advancement of women that in person or online have shared their experience with us, their reflections on progress and also the challenges faced by their countries. I think that it is sharing these experiences, having a good diagnosis of the realities. That is how we may continue to move ahead, closing gaps. And of course, I thank the representatives of the feminist organizations, women's organizations, and civil society for your contribution, mobilization, and constant inspiration.
Celebramos.
We welcome the agreements of today adopted by the presiding officers, and they strengthen our commitment to the region, to the rights and autonomy of women in particular, and ensuring access to justice and allowing us to reach the commission of the legal status of women and the CSW 70 with a common position that continues to show that Latin America and the Caribbean are at the forefront in terms of gender equality and the rights and autonomy of women and girls in their full diversity. And now, the important thing is to be strategic, to continue generating alliances and partnerships so that this may have echo in the negotiations to be held within the framework of CSW 70, because access to justice is the right that ensures the enjoyment of other rights. And so what we need is for access to justice to be a reality for all women and girls, and especially those who face multiple forms of discrimination and inequality. States have a state obligation to remove the structural barriers that have historically restricted their enjoyment. I would also like to thank the experts of the Committee for the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women, Rona Redog and Patsy Toledo, for sharing the information on the General Recommendation number 41 on gender stereotypes, which undoubtedly is a decisive step in strengthening international standards and guiding states towards the elimination of a phenomenon that continues to affect the life of millions of women and girls from around the world. At UN Women, we will also be furthering this process via a regional consultation to be held at the start of the next year, the first months of 2026. And also these days, we have exchanged ideas and concrete actions foreseen to implement the Tlatelolco commitment and the Decade for Action. We've advanced in the definition of a regional framework for actions to strengthen institutionality, participation, mobilization of resources, and accountability in terms of care policies in close collaboration with the feminist organizations and civil society. So now what we need is financing assigned and political decision to achieve this transformative change. We know that our region, this has been said in many interventions, does have a sound regulatory framework with clear standards to ensure access to justice with a gender approach, with the intersectional approach and due diligence strengthened. But it continues to be a tremendous challenge, the step for the full and effective implementation. What we need is more political will, and this must translate into concrete actions with assigned budgets. And likewise, for the concrete implementation of the Regional Pact for Care that we have also spoken about with a clear horizon together we may build integral care systems on both sides of the Atlantic with shared standards between the two regions towards the social co-responsibility and state responsibility.
Highlight finally the session on the Regional Fund for Support to Women and Feminist Organization and Movement from the first edition. It includes 35 organizations for 13 countries of Latin America and the Caribbean, with a notorious growth in its scope and reach and impact, but we need much more. I want to thank the countries that joined the board: Colombia, Chile, Uruguay. It is important, and I look forward to more organizations to join, organizations from civil society, my recognition to the UN Women team that manages the fund, and encourage the countries of the region, the donors community, and the agencies of the United Nations system to contribute with funding, specific funding, to uphold this fund at a time where the access to resources for civil society organization is more and more complex. These initiatives are critical to ensure that feminist organization and women organization may continue to with these activities. We need to raise our voice, reinforce institutionality, and defend at all levels equality of gender and the rights of women and girls, and defending multilateralism with specific answer, and which this region does so successfully. Our role and space of value and incidence, as the chair said, by occupying every space we have a role to fulfill for women and girls in our region could live without violence, can exert their rights with freedom, and to move towards substantive equality and the achievement of a society of care. With this call for action, and thanking Chile and its authorities for their welcome and reception, I thank again you for your participation, and I wish a good travel back home with renewed energies to continue to work together with the awareness and the conviction that today, in this moment, the risks are enormous, but also our capacity for acting is equally enormous. Thank you very much. And to conclude, the intervention of the chair of the conference, Citlali, another modest secretary of the Women of Mexico. She is connected for this closing ceremony. Hello, do you listen to me? Yes, okay. Thank you. Good afternoon to all of you, my dear colleagues from the region of the feminist organization, all delegates of UN Women and ICLAC. It's a pleasure to me to greet you through this virtual way and celebrate your meeting, and we appreciate the willingness of Chile, the country house of ICLAC, to be able to meet and to reinforce this roadmap that after the Tlatelolco commitment, we are framing it with a horizon of 20 years and beyond. The challenges are huge. We do need, as you have discussed in these 2 days, we need political will, budget, to assume more and more commitment, and that would allow us transform from the bottom up all the fronts, a society that, as we have said, has been built under inequality and unevenness, with very much violence. And I celebrate that we took the commitment of reinforcing the fight against gender roles, because we are convinced from Mexico And we endorse this idea in the region that in order to continue to move forward in building public policies, legislation, standards, infrastructure with a gender mainstream and a vision of care in order to accompany all of this action, the transformation of justice, and it is important we need to have a cultural and societal change that welcomes this vision of equality, of a different thinking on the way in which we organize in our society. And congratulations for this meeting. I think that all countries, we have a lot to do in this regional conference. Always marks precedent compared to other spaces in other regions. And I think that it's very, very worthy to be able to meet, to join, to reinforce our roadmaps, to build new commitment, to exchange, to listen to other voices. We have said this because it's important to mention and fight. The world is experiencing very complicated times, at times where there is an attempt for a setback in the rights of women, when there is a disposition to break multilateralism, when there's a lot to build, but a lot also to resist. So every achievement will not experience a setback, and that each step that we give is done in a solid way. And to repeat that, we endorse from Mexico the Tlatelolco commitment. We endorse the fight and the causes of every woman in the region and worldwide in solidarity and humanly. And congratulations for the completion of this meeting. And I repeat, thanks to my colleagues from the Mexican delegation made up from my companion from the Women's Secretariat and Foreign Relations, congratulations for this meeting with a lot of love. We want to hug you and thank you to each one of your companions from UN Women, the ICLAC, and attendees, those attending both in person and virtually.
Bueno, con las palabras de
And with the word of Citlali Hernandez, the chair of this person, we close this presiding officers meeting. Thank you very much. And now we are going to try to take the family picture. There's a lot of different types of families and different types of pictures or photos. So delegates and from the civil society, please accompany us. And all other delegation, please keep your seats, and we occupy this space would facilitate behind the banner here, around here, the group here for the photo, for the group photo.
equipo de la DAC puede venir también, por favor.